Greetings, blessings, salutations, and love. Welcome back once again to Chats with Jack. I am Jack Talcott here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, here to just offer up some fellowship, some conversations. And the topic today, pause more, offend less. That is a reminder for myself. And I thought, you know what? Should the panel open up, and I have already dropped the link, pinned it to the top of the chat for those who may swing by and feel the urge to join, I'd welcome it. Today, I'm working to grow. Yesterday, in reflection, for those who have been part of this journey, yesterday's stream, I felt I let myself down again. And just it's time for me to do a better job of pausing more, offending less. So if each of us did that in our lives, you know, when we get worked up at the guy behind the counter or the cashier or the next car in traffic, if we can allow ourselves just to pause, no reason to bring offense into ourselves. Certainly no reason to offer offense just because we've got our own ideas inside of us. And then this brings me to the ideas inside of us. My prayers today, you know, I am when I do the live stream, when I get the idea in my head that this is a good idea. Holy cows. Is that Shotzi? Schultzy? Holy cows, man. If that's you, praise be. Blessings. Blessings to you. If that's the Brian Schultz, I think we spent some time together as kids, young men in Vilseck, Germany, long time ago. Man, this life, hey, there you go, Veterans for Peace, man. This life is a crazy adventure. And blessings to all of you who are swinging by. You know, I was thinking about you not even that long ago, man. There was something you said, it just man, that's some bullshit. Something like that. You did something like that. Just crack me up. And I found myself doing that just recently. I don't know if you even remember that, man. I remember our trip to the Alps. I think that's where we went. Anyway, golly geez, good for you. I pray life is treating you well. I trust it is. Because that's what I'm learning to do, is to really, really trust brothers and sisters. That's right, where I was. When I hit stream, go live, and I have in my idea that me going on YouTube and talking to myself on a computer is a good idea. What motivates me is the thoughts that possibly God is using me as a messenger, you know, sharing some hope and encouragement and inspiration, because the world is pretty dark right now. Let's face it. It can be very dark. It can be very toxic and very depressing, and anxiousness and fear are a disease, brothers and sisters. I've I've suffered through that disease for many years, fears and anxiousness and worries. It seems the world has gotten worse, in my opinion, since those days when I was so worried and afraid. But my motivation to doing these live streams, opening the panel up, is to really connect, share space and time today with human beings like me who are living in this crazy world where things just aren't always as they seem. And I have become a man of faith, tremendous faith, spiritual, devoted. My devotion to God is religious, but that does not confine me to a religion. I have found blessings from many different philosophies and many different fingers pointing towards God. I'm a man of faith, and these days, what I see in the world is it is a time of division. What divides? What is it that separates us? It's a separation of will. See, from the separation of will, the one can become two, the two become many, and the division multiplies from a separation of will. That's when we allow our ego to defy our spirit, the heartfelt nature of who we are. See, because love is that which will convert two into one. Matter of fact, love can unite many into one. Love is the unifying force. It is our separation of will, our thoughts and minds, our structures of beliefs. That's what prevents us from understanding each other. Our structures and our beliefs, our conditioning of the past, the patterns and habits of who we've become, that's what actually prevents us from understanding who we really are. And that was my prayer and thoughts earlier today is, Jack, who are you, man? What is it that you are becoming? I honestly don't know the answer to that. I only know that I am the result of my past. I am what I am. I am present, and I'm just here to be who I am, as I am, as are you. You are here to be as you are, your I am. There's a reason I started down this road. Who I am is what I know. And I'm kind of proud of what I've learned. I'm not prideful, but I have no regrets, and I feel satisfaction in exchange for the time and investments I made into my education, trying to learn and understand different things. And what I've learned is we are all the same. Every one of us, humans, we are. And what makes us different is the I am, which is what we were and what we've learned. And here, let me keep it back to me. So I am what I know I am. You know, despite what the world says, I know I am a good man. I know I am honest and authentic, and I care about peace. I believe in self-development. I believe in God. I believe in love. I know who I am. I am that what I know, that which I know. And there's a greater God. I am the creator of me. I am the creator of what I've learned. I've chosen to learn what I've chosen to learn. I've chosen to ignore what I've chosen to ignore, meaning not pay attention to, not devote energy into trying and understand all the details. I am the creator of who I am. Each of us are. We create our destiny, but there's a greater force. There's a greater knower. There's a greater knowing that is eternally present. This greater knowing has all the answers. This greater presence is what I call God. So I know we're all the same. We've all got our own unique paths, our own unique perspectives and vocabularies, our different ways of expressing who we are. And sometimes I think we can all be a little bit rough around the edges. Maybe not all of us. There's some that are pretty soft and squishy, like emotionally, kind of real fragile even. Everyone, man, we all come in these different varieties and shapes, colors. I wouldn't be surprised if humans have different flavors too. That wouldn't surprise me a bit. Like if different people tasted differently. But I gave up meat, so I'm not gonna pursue that path. um, hey, hey, man, you know what? When you try to pretend like you know more than others, it will always make you angry when people come at you with honest, flat out truth. I think it does. Well, truth does. It triggers our arrogance and our insecurities. Truth will trigger our egos. Hey, hard hat, you are kind of delicate. I've seen you, but you're a strong masculine presence, one who you catch attention. I respect that. Hey, and back to glasses tonight. Blessings to all of you. Sincerely. I forgot. I don't know if he's here yet. I don't think he is, but congrats to our poll on the membership, and thanks to Ken Before the Storm for his contribution yesterday. I didn't even acknowledge him. I get caught up in things. And you know what? I did. Hey, blessings to you, Cynthia. I did yesterday. I felt some regret. This life here, let me come back to me and maybe this will make a little more sense too. More of my craziness, my contradictions. But this is in line with my faith. So today, as I was out blessed and able to take care of some errands, I was just admiring the view, the comfort, the blessings. I was admiring the perfection of God, and just whew, wow, just being. I mean, and the time of these thoughts, I was driving down the road. I don't know if I even had music on. I don't think I had music on by then yet. But the sun was out and it's been brisk and cold, and I don't know, nature is just shining from my eyes, from what I see. It's just gorgeous. And so then it brings me back, humbles me when I can see the beauty of God's creation, even behind the dirtiness of our streets and the potholes and all the other crap. Man, when you can humble yourself and just witness, be a witness. a joyful witness of God's glory, the creation of this earth and all that it offers. Man, it's something special when you know how to open your eyes, when you know how to look with your heart. The world just starts singing to you. It's like, Jack, here, look at this beauty. Look over here, Jack. Look at this. This is gorgeous. And then you get into the mind and it's like, holy cows, heaven just is everywhere. And I'm not in denial. I am not. I'm confident of that. Well, praise God, for every truth there is an untruth, and I'm certain my eyes will be opened. But this is the point. I lived this life in this house, in this body. You know, I am that I remember. I know that I was that. And I felt tortured by time. The mere fact I existed brought up some sort of resentments. Holy cows, this is another topic I thought of earlier. Our survivor guilt. I think some of us may possess this without realizing it. An unidentified survivor's guilt that we do have comfort and we've got this security while there's others right in our communities out facing the cold. And then you grow into the communication abilities, the way news can be spread all around the world. You know, some of this survivor's guilt has been it's been used, holy cows, it's been used against children to condition what? Condition shame? I was thinking of the idea, you better eat all your food. There's children in Africa starving. Like, well, this tastes like shit. Send it to them. They might appreciate it. I don't. But why did I get on survivor's guilt? It was because it was a new thought I heard earlier. But the idea is I truly do feel like this is a dream. And I keep wondering, how do I awaken more? Because I sure like the path I am going on, let me tell you. I don't worry as much. I certainly don't stress. I deal with things as they come. I got motivated yesterday on a stream. Hey, blessings to you, MC Nemesis. I saw this too. What if we already got descent to hell? There is an idea to that. And that guy, Sanity Machine, I'd welcome a conversation with him if he'd be willing to dialogue instead of argue. But that's his concept, that we are in a soul trap, that Earth is kind of a prison, maybe even a punishment. Who knows? I don't think so, because learning is not a punishment. And that's what this world, our society, think about that. Think about that. Our world has been conditioned on punishment, and that education is often used as a form of correction, but it's viewed as punishment. So people often look at learning as punishment. I believe learning is a blessing because there is a creator that allows me to know. There's a creator that allows you to know, that allows knowledge to be known, that allows consciousness and awareness. Because we could be created with form, and similar to the animals, we could just be very primitive and very focused on survival only, or, or we could exist without the benefits of flavors, or without perhaps benefit of sight, although the sight is pretty logical trait for us to develop. It makes sense. Life makes sense. It really does. This is what I realized. Uncle Fatty, Wilson, welcome. There is no wrong feelings, no wrong time to feel, but are we feeling in the moment or reacting to a feeling? The closer the present we are, the more cognitively we choose to act. Amen. Agree 100%. Is this purgatory? Did a rapture already happen? We were in hell. I wouldn't be snowboarding today. That's right. I thought about you when I saw the ski mountains were opening. I was hoping you were out there. Blessings to you. Worried about me. Say you're about to be homeless. Are you also unemployed? How bad is your real life right now? What's going on? Oh, see, this is, you know what? I appreciate I think you're being honest, and I'll play you're being authentic too. Please don't worry. This is part of the paradigm that I've been challenged with myself too. There's plenty to worry about. The answers have not yet shown themselves, but we live right now. We live today. And today, man, today the blessings are abundant. There's no stress weighing heavily on my mind. Is the stress of your current situation weighing heavily on your mind? I don't think it really is. Is there anything that you can do about it? My life could improve. I won't deny that. I think all of our lives could improve. Oh man. Please, God bless you. I see your care. Uncle Fatty, no, I don't know what that was. I think he's being I believe he's being honest and authentic from his perspective, from his level of awareness and what he's learned. I believe MC Nemesis is actually showing care. There's a very small possibility that things won't change and that the predictions of others could come true. But I have no intention to be homeless. And I'm pretty confident that's not the path God's going to take me. Hey, thanks for that promotion. Yeah, for those who are interested, I do know there's kind of a competition, non-competition, bit non-bit between Paul Unslaved and I. Proper instruction motivates people. Did happen to schedule for the same time as me. And when I saw that, my intention was actually to start a couple hours earlier so that I could get my stuff done and not be in competition, not worry about this. But hey, yes, he does. Yeah, you know what? We all need support. And if you want to support him, please head that way. I don't know. Here. Hey, hold on. McNemesis, dude. Bless you. I'm not in a position of pity, dude. This is what I think a lot of people do with themselves. And I'm not saying you would, but it's not a place of pity. I'm actually in an incredible position for growth and success. So should people, and I know there are people who have, everyone in this world is living different experiences, and there's people who may be viewing me, maybe tuning in, who've got a little extra cash, who could see the worthiness of investing, not donating. But the idea of investing in me is the purpose of really It's not trying to profit though. That's the downside too. I'm not trying to get rich or anything like that. I just want to change the world, man. Wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that be cool to truly know, like know for a fact, you brought some change, that God allowed you to do something incredible. Blessings to all of you. Here and where I feel, where I know I am is in an absolute position of freedom. You're absolutely right, man. All right, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. He's usually got about 20 minutes or so of opening. And I was thinking I'd kind of like to do that. And Moose, if you'd be willing, my friend, what is this? It'd be damn cool. You're gonna film the trees of Planet Good. Moose, I was thinking about you before I went live again. If you'd be willing, I'd like you and I to have a conversation again, preferably offline, but in some way or fashion to see what we might be able to do together. I think I failed to, I underappreciated some of the things you brought. And I'd like to discuss and see if there's opportunities for something again. You know, because, oh yeah, hopefully he's got that Steve Martin. It looked like an interesting one. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. It's not about show. It's just about well, it's about possibilities and potentials. Yeah, hey, thank you, Uncle Fatty. I respect people looking out for me too. And honestly, that's what I saw yesterday is people who cared between um, Lindsay and Special K. I see many people who care. This is what I mean. Somehow I find a way. I have been finding a way to just disappoint and upset a lot of people, man. I'm working on it. I'm getting better. And it's a funny life. I mean, when you guys seriously, if you can look at your life and look at the past, give yourself a little pat on the back. Good job, you made it. And then give yourself a chuckle, realizing what a fool you may have been in the past. How foolish and just short-sighted sometimes you were. I'm really trying to avoid those type of regrets. I really am. And what is helping me do so, honestly, is the practice of staying present. Because, brothers and sisters, this is not stuff I ever heard them talking about in school. Awareness of mind, focus and intentions, clarity of mind and vision. I guess those things are kind of talked about in churches and religions, but I don't know what I don't know, and I didn't experience much of that. All I know is, brothers and sisters, this life is a dream in which each day we get to choose, what do I want to do? What do I intend to accomplish? Without our will, without our intention, we just kind of float through life, getting up, putting the shoes on, and doing the same thing over and over. And life becomes a habit. There's a mastery to repetition. There's a value to that part. However, we got a world where everyone's getting kind of, in my opinion, not everyone, I know, gosh, it's when I want to speak my opinion, I know I'm going to upset. Today's society in America has gotten fat and lazy in many different ways. The way they think, the way they talk, the way they behave. When I say fat and lazy, I mean a lot of a lack of motivation. There's been a lack of motivation, a lack of drive, at least in what I have witnessed and in my past experiences. This is something I was wondering too. What's the difference between um, between willingness and motivation? Maybe there was something in there because that's what I was wondering about. I've been, admittedly, as a coach, someone who tries to inspire and encourage others, I've been challenging myself lately. I've been putting in these stumbles for myself. I've been having a tough time finding motivation in some of my goals, including fitness, unfortunately. Um, hey, good for you. Go to daddy, please. Um, and yeah, people get too comfortable. They don't grow. I get a lot of people who project a lot of things onto me. It's quite fascinating and bizarre. And here's what I realize. I'm just like you. So pay attention in your conversations, in your relationships. If you can, as the title, we'll bring it back to the topic. The pause more, offend less. If you get someone talking real nasty at you, just see if you can do it. See if you can pause just a moment and witness. Are they actually saying what they are doing? Are they describing themselves? Or are they honest with you about what they're accusing? I see a lot of people just describing themselves with my name in it. And I'm like, okay. Could be me, could be you. It's hard to know. The face that comes to my mind most often there is Mr. Paul Unslaved. He likes to describe himself in many of his narratives and descriptions. It's hilarious and fascinating, but truly frustrating when you're trying to have an adult conversation. So that's why I'm offering for you. In your conversations with others, do yourself and the other the respect of paying attention to you and to what is there. And if you get someone attacking you, someone letting out some emotion, some steam, or whatever, pause and observe and see what is it that's really being said, what is really being shared. um, what I'm referring to is when we're having conversations that are turning into arguments, do everyone a favor and pause. You got one of us in the conversations. One person at least needs to pay enough attention to what's going on so they can pause, recognize, is this real or is this not real? Because what happens is people walk around with these insecurities, blowing them out in all sorts of accusations. It makes sense too because of how we're designed. If we've got a weakness or an insecurity within us, we may or may not be aware of it, but we'll watch it and we'll see it in others. And then we'll try and protect them or warn them, or people are out of their minds when they're not paying attention, which is actually, I'm wondering what is true, because people get lost in their minds and they start getting detached from what is real. The whole world is suffering from this in major ways. There's a word, I've heard it described a few different ways, and they're slipping my mind right now. It's like a cognitive disassociation. People become disassociated from the reality of what they know. And this is where we get to realize what we know is who we are. Who we are is what we know, because our knowing is what moves our desires, our fears. It's what we know that is who we are. I hope this makes sense. Hey, Brother Tarek, I know Paul loves Jack. Unfortunately, I don't know that Paul understands love yet. I could see Paul and I one day having totally different conversations. I absolutely agree. But here is where I stand in this world. My relationships with everybody depends on them. My relationship with Paul depends on him. He's the one who creates or denies the opportunities for us to have a different conversation. Same thing with my son and the neighbors and anyone else, which, by the way, I know I can be a little bit rough around the corners, but I really do genuinely care. And I think that comes across. I trust that comes across. And if there are people out there who are struggling emotionally or want some encouragement and inspiration, I am easily reached. And as I have availability, I certainly want to share. The all based on my actions. Well, this isn't necessarily true, because my actions speak for themselves. However, without the willingness of another to accept, not much I can do. And I am here, I am present and available for Mr. Paul Unslaved and I to have a conversation online or offline. He's already set boundaries and stuff. So the boundaries aren't based on my actions. This, well, I kind of like that, Frank. It's no wonder that truth is stranger than fiction. Fiction has to make sense. Mark Twain was truly an awakened man. He was very aware, and I don't know, a lot of these people from the past are kind of a mystery to me. There's a lot of mysteries in our past. There's a lot of mysteries in the present. How about this? I'm going to shift gears in this conversation for just a moment. I want you to consider this probability that without God, I am nothing. You could say the same thing and be honest and true. Without God, I am nothing. Nothing is who we actually are. We are not the body. We are not the form. We are no things. We are nothing. God is everything. If you can resonate, simmer those thoughts within yourself and see what makes true for you within you, if you can humble and recognize the truth in that, I am nothing. God is everything. Without God, I am nothing. It is God that allows me to form. It is God that allows the day to be revealed. And God is the creator of all the form and all the time. And each of us, you and me, who we are the witnesses. We are the witnesses of God's unfolding. How precious, how amazing. What a glorious experience to be. God created us, and for whatever reason, for whatever intentions, here we are. And so within this creation, the time and the form are only real to us. But the time and the form, the energies and the time that form, those are eternal. I do spend a lot of time traveling around in my mind, trying to understand mind and what thoughts and consciousness are, what it could be. And this is what some of the well-respected, the well-remembered philosophers from the ancient past did as well. So why everyone wants to make fun of me was really just, well, praise be. I could be living the life of Diogenes the dog. I recognize that. By God's grace, I am not. But I do know that in my search to know myself, I had to recognize what was true for me. And I know what is true for me is very likely true for you. What makes me special and unique? It's my mind. It's my heart. Those two things, they create me. They move me. They limit me. They drive me. My mind and heart are who I am. Who are you? Can you feel that breath? That breath that moves you? That breath that breathes you? These breaths are the design and the gift of God. What an amazing blessing it is. Life truly, truly is a blessing. And it's so easy. Blessings to you, my friends. Just Josh. Much love and respect for you, for all who are joining. Everyone's welcome to join the link. Today I am really in a chill mood, and I'm trying to figure out what is the path for Jack. The path for Jack from the past brought me to today, and today I'm here on the stream. The idea was, pause more, offend less. And then my other note I had is the perfection of isness. Isness, like the fact that this moment is. There's an isness that includes me and you. There's an isness with you. You are part of that which is. And there's a perfection in the isness that is. I'm telling you, I don't know what the future's going to bring. And here's some reality, okay? Earlier in this stream, brother McNemesis, MC Nemesis, he was offering care and concern for a fellow human being because the situation I'm in. And yet, I'm filled with faith. I'm filled with peace. So here's where we're at. There's a lot of people. There's been a lot of people telling Jack, saying, Jack, no, you're wrong about you. You're not this. You're 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 on drugs, you're evil, you're lazy, you're crazy, blah 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 blah. Lots of people gambling that I'm not who I am. Hmm. There's a lot of people who have been betting on my failure, and I don't understand why. Where my point is, congratulations to all of you. I truly do honor and appreciate every one of you. That is, all of you who are here in the chat and in the viewing, or maybe just listening right now. And that'll be you in the future who later hit play on the restream, to show it. My appreciation and honor is to truly all of you who are sharing this life experience with me, because who you are, if you're honest, you're a witness. You're a witness of this man, this being at this time. And my hopes and my my goals for the future, I don't think they're delusional. I'm pretty sure they're not, because I'm a very logical and reasonable man. And it was actually reasoning and logic that brought me to the faith that I know, to the love, the absolute overflowing appreciation of life and all that I have already experienced. Brothers and sisters, gratitude feels good. The point is, each of you right here and now, I believe God has me set for something great in the future, to take me from where I was to where I am to where I have dreamed of being. It'd be an amazing story. And God writes amazing stories every day. Man, I get so caught up sometimes on YouTube watching some of the documentaries and some of the stories of people, different explorers, different scientists. God has created some amazing, incredible stories. So why not me? Why not you? What if all of your past, what if the struggles and challenges you're facing right now, what if all of those things were just simply preparation, right? Makes sense. The past prepares us for today, and today's we're preparing for the future. Get lost watching monkey vids. Humans are fascinating, dude. Humans are absolutely fascinating. Manel, this I can't argue against, okay? Because I know I've been there and I know I've witnessed that some sadly cannot feel love. I don't want to argue against that, but I also don't want to accept you're right, okay? I have hope and faith. I truly do. I have hope and faith that every one of us at the right time, when we come together with the right intentions, I trust everyone can feel love and to know love, and then to carry love with them through the next steps of their journey. I went through a long time where you were right. I couldn't feel love, I guess. I didn't understand it. My love hurt. And that's why I think I limited myself from loving, from feeling love. I don't know. I've self-analyzed a lot, but it really doesn't matter until someone cares. But we can all self-analyze, and we can overanalyze, and we can confuse the hell out of ourselves. I've done that myself. I really have. I consciously, intentionally work to avoid confusing myself. If I pay attention, if you do, I'm suggesting, encouraging, uh, inspiring, hoping. Each of you, whoever you are, if you've not done it yet, start going within yourself, with the intentions, as a meditative practice, some might say. But go within yourself, with your awareness, to go through your body, particularly in your mind, particularly in your heart. Go within yourself, within your awareness, and pay close attention for subtleties. Don't strain to see, don't strain to notice, but notice, observe with curiosity. Go within yourself to notice the subtle feelings that are found within your brain, within the skull area, and then within your chest, within your heart area. And then you can even practice going within your gut. But for right now, I just want to encourage, if you've not started doing this, please do. The reason I bring this up, it's one of the things I pay attention to. I pay attention to my mind, particularly if I'm learning, listening to a discourse or a lecture or a discussion, a conversation. I pay close attention to what I'm receiving. And then in my mind too, I can feel it. For me, I can feel a little flutter, almost a little flutter. And it's almost like my eyes will twitch or cross. And I've witnessed people doing this too. Their eyes will like cross and go out of focus. And it's like a paradigm's getting shift. There's a functional change within the mind and the structures of thought that's happening. If you pay attention within yourself, how your mind and heart function as you process your different thoughts and interactions, if you pay attention to how your mind and your heart feel and sense, communicate with you, you'll be able to notice when you're getting confused. And if you notice yourself getting confused, just pause, recognize, and then find, where's my confusion? Is it a resistance from me? Is it a lack of information? What's going on? It's really easy for us to get confused within ourselves, to jump to the conclusion it's the other person. They didn't know, they didn't understand, they couldn't do this. In the meantime, what it is, it's our own path, perhaps. But that confusion is the Antichrist. The Antichrist is the opposing forces that want to keep us ignorant and limited and stuck in the past. It's pretty fascinating. Hey, I'm jumping in and out of chat. I haven't been paying much attention. Dude, here, if this is true, let's you and I talk, okay? Nemesis, if you are willing to understand what I'm saying, then I trust there's a reason everyone has joined together. Steve, brother, thank you for joining. I want to honor you too, man, because this morning, based on something you said, first thing I did when I got out of bed, after, with my gratitude and praise to God, thank you, God, I dropped into 25. And then I've dropped and done 25 a couple more times today too. So Steve, your reminder was a helpful motivation for me. I appreciate it, brother. And Nemesis, yes, we're all looking for answers. And actually, I'm not really one for socializing. I I do and don't enjoy it. And I know there's a lot of people actually who do join these panels as time to hang out. You know, it's a social gathering place. I'm trying to maximize the potential from the social gathering place to actually share what I've learned, learn from what others have learned. Unfortunately, it's been a lot of drama in the path and in my growth too. My brother, my young friend, I I can help you with your ego, and helping you with your ego may help you receive the abundance it appears your heart wants. But the egoic ways are the ways of the world. See, and the ways of the world says, I can't relax, I can't stop, I can't slow down until I have money. Man, I hope you, with respect and care, to me that sounds like a slave. It really does. Self-motivated slave, but it's a slave based on the conditionings of what we were taught. If this was, hey, how about this? Until I get more knowledge, my goal, I can't relax, I can't stop, I can't slow down. Give me the knowledge, give me the knowledge, give me the truth. There, my brother. Then we're singing the same songs. Money don't feed you. You know, hey, that is my desire. It is, I do hope to grow, that's for sure. My physical health. God has blessed me, and I hope God has blessed you as well. I've noticed the blessings in my body. When I actually do like exercise and stuff, the body trims up pretty quick and I can bulk up. Or I used to. I didn't have any problems, putting on some mass, but I don't know. I don't know. If today is not your day, then be happy, for this day shall never return. And if today is your day, then be happy now, for this day shall never return. Just Frank, thank you. That is, see, there is so much wisdom. These thoughts, these perspectives, the language that reveals the truth, and the truth that's revealed there is eternal. The ideas are always there and available until each of us receive them, share them, discover them. That's the whole gift of life, and I love it. Thank you for sharing these gems of wisdom. It's one thing I admire others. There's others who have a strong ability just to retain all those fabulous quotes and gems, and they can even repeat them with the author, maybe even when it was said. My mind, I haven't yet developed my mind's ability to really focus on the details as strongly. That's why when I try and talk about the Bible, I admit I'm very weak because I don't remember the exact words. But you know what? This is how I operated with the union stuff too. Not that the Bible is a contract, but both were books that people wanted to obey. Um, that's the way I learned about our union contracts. I didn't have the words memorized, but I knew what was in it. I knew the essence. I knew the meaning. And then the words came eventually. And this swings us back to an earlier thought I shared about what we know. So, by God's grace, I trust in the future that I will be stronger in my scriptural reference, that I will develop and retain some real solid quotes that I feel helpful. So my mind will grow. I know I'm growing. I have so much faith and hope for the future. Oh, hey, I understand this. I do. I don't want to trade my life of capitalistic endeavor for monkness. I do understand that. However, I believe there is a narrow path. There's like a balance between the spiritual and the world. That's what I'd like to work with others on, honestly. Walk and talk. This is my story. You're right, walk and talk. I got terminated from a union represented job. It is hard to get fired when you got a union backing you. It's pretty simple to get fired when your union is against you, though. And unfortunately, I won't say the union is against me, but I will say that the very limited representatives who replaced me, yeah, they didn't do me any justice. So, c'est la vie. This is the life we live. But this is the amazing part. This is the amazing thing, too. I was trying to express this yesterday, and I did a poor job, especially with Lindsay, trying to explain some of the ideas for the future. It is tied to my past, the union experience, because through my own path, and oh, here, let me swing back around to a couple of things. It is through God's grace that I know. And I know what I have learned, and I'm proud of what I've learned. I own what I've learned. I am the creator of my future, my destiny, within the grace of God, whatever God allows. But in my past experience as a union official, a small fish, right? Well, kind of a bigger fish in a smaller pond, but it was nothing big. As the local union leader, my intention to grow as a better leader had me learning about labor history, some of the struggles that American workers had gone through. Because I went to high school. I went to high school in America, and they don't teach you a lot about what is real. At least not when I went to school. So well, I didn't pay attention either. I won't blame the teachers or the schools. Anyway, as a union leader, I started looking more into labor history, and studying labor history opened my mind and my eyes a lot. Because of my own dedication, I then started exploring like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who died supporting workers, the sanitation strike. And I don't remember all the details, but I know he was standing up against the wars, and he was standing about peace and righteousness. My eyes, he was doing a lot of good things. And, like history shows, by Satan's design, it makes sense. You create these stories of these magnificent heroes who bring in change and take them out, right? Murder Jesus, Dr. King. I don't want to make too many comparisons because that's already enough. I mean, anyway, my heart and my purpose, the path God was allowing me to live with my own desire to become better, I started seeking inspiration. I found other leaders I admired. I tried to capture what they showed and to bring it into myself a little more. And when, admittedly, I've shared this before, when I was listening to Dr. King, and I understand his father was a pastor or something, so it made sense that he talked about biblical stuff. But in my mind, he inspired me. Sounded a lot like that guy Jesus I'd heard about too. So it's by God's perfect design that the past has been written. I encourage you, take a look at your life story. What does your life story show for you? What does it reveal about you? What are the patterns that maybe it's time to change some patterns? What are the patterns you want to avoid? What are the new patterns you want to create in your future? Have you ever looked at your life as a story? Have you ever considered taking a part in the authorship, in the ownership, like completely? Thank you, Frank. What lies behind us, what lies before us, are tiny matters compared to what lies within us. Ralph Waldo Emerson, another beautiful author. I wish I would have, I don't have regrets, but admittedly, I know my life could have been considerably different had I exposed myself to some of the great writings and philosophers of the past. That's what I finally did after 40 years. And guess what? Knowledge is important. You know what's really important? Most valuable knowledge you can learn is who you are. Know thyself. Know yourself enough to know yourself enough to be comfortable wherever you are, whatever you're doing. And I'm not saying be lazy and limit yourself and only do things that are comfortable. I'm suggesting learn who you might be able to become with a little effort, with a little attention, maybe even with a little education. Maybe it's time to invest in some self-development, in some growth, and not just like self-development, but maybe there's a language you've been wanting to learn. Maybe there's a new process of creating something you wanted to do. If there's something you want to learn, brothers and sisters, do it. Do not hold yourself back from learning. Learning is, well, learning is the path to knowing. Knowing is the peace beyond understanding. And with that, I want to welcome our first guest of today. Welcome, brother Illumitami.
Chat, Jack, I'm a little concerned about your chat. I didn't think they were unhealthy before, but it seems they're partaking of this place called McNemesis, and that's not a healthy place to, like, you don't want to have a lot of McNemesis in your chat. It's not healthy for your chat. It's got cholesterol, it's got BS, um, it's got snafu accusations. You got to watch how much McNemesis calories you take in. Shout to Henry, the producer.
Yep. Shout out to Henry. Welcome, brother. Um, and, Nemesis is an interesting character. I don't control him or any others. I appreciate the.
No, that's your nice way to call somebody an asshole. Like Christians will be like, I'll pray for you. I'll pray for you. And that's how they tell people they're an asshole. You say assholes are interesting characters. That's smooth. I took a drink when you took a drink. Jinx. Drink, Jinx.
Yep. Thank you. You are like a brother to me. A very interesting reflection. Um, you're pretty
I'm like a
cool.
brother to the world.
I believe that too. You got a
Like
big heart.
when I rolled with criminals and lived a criminal lifestyle, the criminals nicknamed me Brother's Keeper.
Brother who?
Brother's Keeper.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good for
And I
you.
mean, for them, they were being facetious because they're like, "Why is this motherfucker always trying to help out these junkies and punk asses?" Um, so yeah, they would like mockingly call me Brother's Keeper, but I wore it. I wore it. Am I my brother's keeper? You know, like Kane.
I believe we are one.
To
What
an
did you?
extent, yeah.
I don't know if you heard that thought. I'm repeating something I heard from elsewhere, but
Yeah, I
the
mean, we're all having the hairless monkey experience, but you know very well that you are not Paul. I'm not Paul. Paul is Paul. I'm not. You tell me. I'm not Bex, but we're all having that hairless monkey experience together. Yeah.
where I was going was the idea that love is that which turns two into one.
Now,
Uh,
good love in turns 2 into 3.
right, right.
And I was brought up to learn. I was brought up to believe that's the worst possible outcome to having a love encounter.
Right. I remember that as well. Hey, holy cows, we have a blessing. Our next guest. Welcome, Henry.
Hey,
Hey,
How
hey, gents, how's it going?
fabulous. How have you been?
Oh, busy, procreating, building.
you
Yeah,
made
busy.
another kid?
Yeah, another one.
You know that's the worst possible outcome of getting that loving one, right?
That's what Tom was just talking about.
No, not in Henry's case. Henry's already got a beautiful child I'm aware of, and now one that he's just slipping in on us.
Congratulations, brother. So the family is growing and the adventure's continuing.
I've missed you guys.
Good. I've missed
And
you
you,
too,
Henry.
man. I've
Your
actually
your little girl Lauren seems to be learning to walk on her own. You should be so proud.
is she?
Who?
Lauren, your little girl. You used to hold her hand through YouTube, and now she seems to be coming into her own. It's like your third daughter you didn't know you had.
Your third daughter. Tom, you're so funny, man.
You know, lots of YouTubers have been known to like panel up an interview with Destiny. Lauren's the only person I've ever seen just suddenly be in his room, sitting next to him where he plays video games.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Destiny is a big YouTube streamer, and Lauren just went to interact with him on his show. Only she was sitting in his bedroom in a chair next to him, and I was impressed with that.
Interesting. Hey, I've been trying to figure that out myself. How do I get onto other people's shows?
You got to be younger and have a pussy.
Well, I don't have that.
Email
You're
them.
telling me.
Email, yeah. This is, hey, damn. You guys
I
are
would
bringing
say-
up a lot of ideas for me to discuss here, and I'm not sure which I should and should not. But
And here's the thing, man. I am equally impressed. I don't know how the Thorpes got on to as many prevalent shows as they have. And I'm even more like confused by Grace will immediately like sabotage it. So maybe get some tips off her. I've always been trying to get her to bring that stream back where she first found you and reacted to you. And I don't know why she took it down. It's not like she said anything mean. She was just laughing at you and calling you a boomer and stuff.
I don't
It was
remember.
back around when you first departed from Unslavia and started doing your show. She just found you some way or caught wind of you and just was reacting to you and can never find that panel now.
Interesting. Anyway, hey, what does your schedule look like, Henry? Are you pretty consumed with life? You got a lot going on? This is just a, hey, how you doing visit?
Yeah, so I mean I have a day job still, which is now 4 days a week.
Okay.
We have the family business, which is my partner works in, so she's at the moment, working 6 days a week. I have a software company which is a few people at the moment. We're trying to get investment. We're bringing on another quote unquote superstar engineer at the moment, so that's like a Bitcoin related company. And
And you've been
yeah,
banking off. I've watched Bitcoin go up since we were talking about it. I know you probably took some profits on that, didn't you?
no, I. Do you remember when SBF was arrested
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
like a year ago?
Mm-hmm.
Like I knew that was the bottom, and
Yeah,
I bought as much as I possibly could, and then I had to sell it all a few months later to pay for my daughter's nursery fees.
I know
Mm.
how that is.
So I missed a lot of profit. A lot
Yeah,
of profit.
but you made profit. It's always better to wish you had more than regret ever buying any of a share or a coin.
Yeah, but honestly, I'm not really that interested in the price of Bitcoin. It's more about the integrity it brings to the financial system. So that's why I'm bothering to build a company.
Now, here's if you're really IQ 100. Is your first kid old enough to pull weight with the new kid?
What changes
Like,
nappies?
no, like, can she like supervise, push strollers? Can she, I don't know, maybe change a diaper? Is the timing gonna work out by the time the new kid is around?
No, she's a bit too young to meaningfully help out.
So you're just stacking little pain in the asses around the house. I've seen that before. No, see, then the advantage there is by the time Henry's decrepit and dying, then they'll be of age to handle his stuff
Yep.
as
Yeah,
a team.
it'll be like 300.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, good for you, Henry. That sounds awesome. It sounds like you've got a full schedule. Lots
Well,
going on.
remember when Lauren and I were doing a documentary for a family that um, is in Rhode Island? So we started that under the Lauren de Laguna banner, and when I left her channel, um, I still really wanted to tell their story, and they were feeling pretty bad about the way that Lauren had treated them. So we're still making that documentary, and that's something that I'm very passionate about, getting their story told to a wider audience. So we're still working on that. We've been researching since I left Lauren's channel, uh, writing narrative scripts and doing interviews and stuff. So that will that will come to fruition eventually. It's just taking a lot longer because it's just me, but it's good fun.
Hey,
Have you seen
cool.
any weird New World Order stuff developing around the UK?
No,
Still pretty much business as usual.
the UK is a weird place. We're scaring off all the innovation. All the big mergers that they're trying to do around the world. It's like the regulators in America say okay, the EU says okay, and then they come to the UK, which is a tiny market, and
Well,
we say no. So then this like gigantic corporate mergers of these big global companies gets halted because
Good.
I
some
think
regulator.
that's consistent though, because it may look like we're being okay in America, but we're dragging our feet on crypto and
Hey,
we held that SEC case out. I think
No,
it's
no,
part
no,
of the
no. You guys are amazing because FASB
okay.
just said that they were going to recognize, um, they were going to account for Bitcoin by fair value instead of at the value which it was bought. So, like, MicroStrategy can now be valued at the value of what Bitcoin is worth on any given day, which is it's a huge step forward for companies that want to hold it on its balance sheet.
I remember what I wanted to ask you about, Henry. And did you notice? Okay, you know that the Pepe coin, those people got the rug pulled. They got scammed. Somebody ran off with most of the Pepe and sold it off before anybody could do anything about it.
I,
Did you
I don't
notice that?
I don't specifically, but I can imagine that happening.
Okay, so the last time Pepe coin ever made a Twitter tweet was the last day SBF was free, and when he got arrested, Pepe coin never tweeted since then.
Do you know what that sounds like?
Sounds like Sam Bankman-Fried was Pepe coin.
It does, but you know, Jeffrey Epstein's partner, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a rumor that she was like one of the most highly upvoted people on Reddit. Her account had like millions of upvotes on activity going back many, many years. And then she stopped using her account at some point, and people think
She's
that
in
it
jail
was
too, yeah.
Ghislaine Maxwell's was this like massive figure on Reddit, like hugely popular, hugely influential, but under a pseudonym.
Right.
So maybe it was a bit like that.
And I've always believed, because of who her father was and what she's involved in, I think the man who did not self-delete, I think he was a front and a patsy, just the front man. They let him make the showing and do the stuff. I
Right.
think she's the one. I think Ghislaine was the ringleader of that for the most part.
There's a lot of criminal enterprises that have gained a lot of power. So,
and don't get it twisted. Females are notorious in the child trafficking thing. It's effed up.
Well,
they're like Cruella de
the
Vil.
world is diseased. There's the world is diseased. And Henry, I don't know this story in Rhode Island, but good for you. And it sounds like it's a something worthy. You found something worthy, something you enjoy, and congratulations, man. There's a lot of that was something I was saying earlier. There's a lot of crazy stories being lived. This one of Maxwell's, that's a crazy story. The people, man, there's a lot of insanity in this world.
EBT took me down a crazy hole of that story I didn't know was pretty factual. Did you know that that island has a submarine port underneath of it that the U.S. Special Forces will use and dock at? and Ghislaine is all about submarines. She's like a submarine hobbyist or
the ocean lady.
Did she organize shore leave for all the submarines?
Oh my goodness.
EBT ran me through it one night. I can't remember all of it, but it blew my mind once I looked into it. I was like, oh my God,
dude,
it is that.
Yeah, there is so much sickness and corruption in this world. It is right in front of our faces. It's crazy. But I see a lot of people who have found a defeatist mindset where they've kind of given up. They don't believe that it can be changed. And honestly, this is what not to change this completely back to me, but I said earlier, I want to get on some of these other platforms, on other channels. I'm watching these people who I admire. They know so much. And some of these people who are already great influencers, very academic, very achieved, there's more we can do. We can change this world. A ceasefire is available. A restructure, reform, if we get enough people involved, enough of the right people with the right intentions, we can change this whole world.
Well, I've been still working hard at my local AO, but Henry, if you ever want to schedule with me or catch one of my lives going on, I still want to look in. There's never been an answer for that dude that came on Lauren's show, had the mystery person shoved out of the camera. I even showed that to Venus's channel one night, and it comes back to me every now and then that nobody ever got to the bottom of that, and I'd like to pursue that further.
Yeah, my own thoughts are it's probably more mundane than our imaginations might lead us to believe. I think it's maybe just someone who was passed out next to him. Maybe they were falling asleep on the sofa and he decided to take a call with Lauren.
Well,
Um,
no, because he did admit a few things. He said, as far as Lauren's concerned, that's Turtle Boy's daughter or Turtle Boy's new girlfriend or something. And he was saying, I'm not going to identify her because you guys just want to harass her. And it was very much like, no, we need to know that person is there under their will to be there and not in any danger. And even if it is anticlimactic, I'll have that closure. But I spent a year and a half being accused of a PDF. I personally would like to know. And whenever these squeeze plays happens, it wouldn't be any issue for me to just travel there, do a cordial interview, like right there in the guy's AO. I
the
would like
thing,
to know.
yeah, the thing you were saying, Jack, about people finding like common ground or ceasefires, that kind of thing. I saw something the other day that reminded me of you, and it was an
A
interview with
homeless guy talking to a trash can.
Ah, what the homeless guy talking to a trash can show, Henry? Sorry.
um,
He was a sign spinner doing stunts.
Stop! Stop!
Go ahead, Henry.
so it was Arnold Schwarzenegger talking in an interview with the Cigar Aficionado magazine, and he was saying that when he was in office, he was the governor of California. He had he wanted to smoke his cigars in the government buildings, but they wouldn't let him. So he took in what I can only think sounds like some kind of hydroponic tent with ventilation, so he could sit in this tent and smoke.
Nice.
And he said that the strangest people would come out of the building and join him in the tent, and they would take off their tie and they would light up a cigarette or a cigar, and they would just sit and thank goodness you've set this thing up. And they would be people from the other side of the political aisle that would come and sit with him. And apparently it would turn into like, what are you guys working on? Well, I'm trying to get this thing through, but I know that you'll never agree with it. Show it to me. Let's see what we can do. And apparently they brokered a lot of deals, meaningful stuff, over a cigar, over a cigarette in this little tent,
I
because
just
people
want to
didn't see each other as, you know, I'm on this side, you're on that side. They just saw each other as people.
And here's the ironic
thank
thing
you. That's
about that is, one, he kind of went hard on Americans during the jab decision time, and two, Jack, give me like 15 seconds to put it in the back. I'm gonna give this 1 minute video for you to play of Schwarzenegger just saying he'll smoke his stogie wherever he wants, and for him to go through all that precaution as governor, it's ironic.
I think the message Henry was offering was, I think I got it. I agree, and thank you for seeing the connection. That's what I'm offering, is that I believe I believe that the people in Congress, they can find a way to do a better job than what they've been doing. And I think we can help them realize their potentials. How about that?
And Jack, the reason you need to play this is, I agree. Look how similar you are to this man in the video you're about to click on in the back chat.
Hold on.
It's only a minute. It's only 60 seconds.
I know. I'm slow, man.
No, I'm just who's the guy? Who's the guy that was second to Carson sitting on the couch? I'm just McMahon this stuff.
Oops.
Because after dinner, everyone ought to have a cigar. So I tried it. Well, the rest is history. I'm still smoking stogies. I love it. And he introduced me to something really good. And I know now the next question. Knowing you, being the interviewer that you are, digging in deep all the time. He will say, now, what does your wife think about that? Let me ask you something. When my wife's father has introduced me to stogies, what is she going to say? She's not going to say my father made him.
Wait, now this is about him. This is while he's in office, and is this tied to
No,
what
this is like
Henry was
80s
talking
probably.
about?
This is probably 80s or 90s.
All right. Sorry to interrupt. Here.
Mistake, because her father never makes a mistake. So therefore, it is okay. I can smoke stogies around her. I can smoke stogies in my house. First of all, because her father introduced me to stogies, and second of all, because I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone. I smoke my stogie anywhere I want. I don't have to find a hideout place like you.
There's Jack at the end. That was Jack Talcott. Talcottian at the end.
It was a little bit. Thanks, Tommy.
But then he came back as governor like, you're stupid. You must get the job. Yeah, job. Yeah.
Hey, Arnold is another crazy story that life has written, you know? Who knows where the future's going to take us?
Christian.
Well, I
Definitely
believe,
Revelation.
and here's the thing. I think we're here. If God will allow it, I am part of this, because the goals I'm offering could be interpreted as fulfillment of the prophecy, where
Yeah, I asked him. He said no go.
we're sharing, because if people are convinced to share, then the meek, the poor, would inherit that which they did not rightfully earn, and it would just be fulfillment. We bring sharing and good news and bring peace to the world, and we allow the truth to guide us from then on, not this bullshit of authority.
But if fulfilling what wasn't earned is the thing, then the left and welfare have already achieved that.
No, let's not worry about the past. We're focused on the future, because
But meek, I wouldn't associate with like poor or weak, just because it sounds like the word weak. Jordan Peterson said a much closer definition to meek is those who carry swords know how to use them but choose not to.
And so who is meek amongst those who know how to use the sword and choose not to?
Me. That's why I carry a
Those
piece
are the
everywhere
meek.
I go. I carry a piece everywhere I go, and I smile. I'm polite. I make the effort not to use it.
All right. Well, yeah, this is the thing. There's many different interpretations, many different options available for us to choose from. And I've found within myself, and I haven't found actual real evidence to say, no, Jack, this is wrong. But I believe that we are the return. All of us are. The many become the one when we unite together. And that's where that love comes in. But the separation of will is what divides us. It takes the one and then it makes it two and more. So if we can unite our will together with what we can presume to be, might be the will of God, and I believe God wants peace.
Wrong.
Possible.
Wrong.
I'd like to have
Coming
peace
back
in my life.
he's coming back to divide. He said it himself.
Well, I'd like to have peace in my life.
You can acquire that probably. Maybe.
I do have peace in my life. I want to share the peace in my life with others.
I'm all good on peace, bro. Peace off.
Yeah.
Has anything changed since we last spoke, Jack? Obviously, you're still in your lovely house.
Yeah, that's been a crazy story. I was allowed to stay in the home. I'm no longer the owner. I'm a tenant. The lease expires in March, and I'm still not certain what direction it's going to go.
Bright side is March is the beginning of the warm years or the warm month.
I know. That's what I was thinking too.
Mhm.
And, you know, I'm not so worried about failing. I don't think failure, I truly, within my heart, I don't feel like continued failure is the future. I know something is changing because I've been changing and things are changing. And so I said this earlier, I do think that this story I'm living, it is one, it's going to, I believe it is perfectly aligned to be a story for others to learn from, like a comeback story. Maybe a comeback story, unlike a lot of others we've heard. But
Spoiler alert: the ship crashes into the moon, and Armstrong and Cricket
holy,
Henry, if you haven't seen it yet, look for Galactic Jack, like a 30-second video on the thing.
yeah.
Maybe send it to me if you
Or
can.
here,
Okay. Or maybe
pull it
Jack
up.
already has it.
We'll play.
Yeah, you can download it if you want to, Jack. It's no. I've ripped off more of the movie than anything.
Yeah, Tom's been getting pretty creative too. There's a lot of people that are growing in creativity.
How's Paul the Unslaved one going?
Well, thank you for asking. That's that might have been what you were alluding to earlier when you were asking if things changed, but no, nothing's changed. It has changed because I'm no longer, as I understand his rules, I'm no longer welcome at his stream, in the chat, or panel. But
But the other day he was still on that I'll always love Jack Talcott thing because he wants to leave that possibility of
right, he
I'm
wants to
not going to
be.
rest till you are fulfilled from Talstock. I still say that's dishonorable and wrong.
You know, Thank you, Tom. I there's been many cases like that, and I said this earlier in the stream. There's been a lot of people betting against me, and I still hold faith and trust. I think there's enough facts and evidence to support what I've been saying and what I'm intending. I truly think, Henry, this is what I wanted to plant an idea, maybe even talk to you sometime. I think there is
Denise would say that's
incredible story
manipulating.
here. What's that?
I said Denise would call that manipulating for
Right.
your death cult.
Yes. Actually, I'm hoping to find peace with Denise as well. I
Yeah, we
saw
will.
signs that there may be an opportunity. So,
Oh, she's not that hard. We just need to catch her on a panel or have an opening. I'm sure Machine Lies could set that up.
well, Tom, wait.
I'm gonna have a little fun with her first off all this Illumitami satanic and all that stuff. I'm gonna have a little fun with it.
I'm sure you will. The idea though is I trust with communication we can create peace. We can create resolve. We can find agreement for better futures. Because we don't need to be walking around with a bunch of enemies and a bunch of, wreckage behind us. That's no way to live.
I think we might have to, because whether one is religious or not, I kind of pointed out last night. I think it was on Benton's show or maybe one of my panels. Does anybody else feel like everyone's kind of being corralled into choosing a side for things in general? Like it doesn't seem like fence sitters are being allowed much fence sitting anymore. And I can't explain why. I just feel like I'm seeing that happen.
It's interesting you say that because I can't prove it, but I feel as well that this is the time of the divide. that there is a shift happening, and it's happening quickly, quicker than maybe people might realize. But
Yeah, because I believe if the revelations, well, when I say it, I have to say I know as the revelations go down, God doesn't want fence sitters when he comes back. He wants everybody to have chosen by then, and then he'll come back.
this is what I'm not subtly, but that's kind of what I'm trying to offer on some of these streams. Not in a religious way,
Of
but
course not.
in an encouraging way.
Guru, New Age way, yeah.
Well, not even there's many ways it could be fit in, but the message is, I hope people to turn within for the purposes of knowing God, knowing the source of who you are, who we are. What I've been practicing in my own mind is, take control. Jack, you are the creator of you. So who are you going to
Do
be?
better, creator.
I know. I need to do better. That's the thing. We're not going to do better until we take control, right?
Oh my God, Jack, I just spelled it out. It was right in front of my face. The economic take or don't take the thing, that would be the end game of like you will choose to take it or not take it. That is the ultimate like wheat and chaff end game for both sides. Is like God of this world gets you to take the mark if you've chosen to. If you didn't, still either way, there's gonna come that time everyone will have to pick yay or nay.
I think we get, yeah. I was going to say, we get to pick each day who we are, what we do, who we serve, what we serve, how we serve.
I pick overhanded. Like I'll bounce it twice just to get that feel, and then overhand serve.
I choose love. I choose to feel and to be loved. And the best way to do that is to allow a greater, I call it God, but allow source to be and yourself to be one with the is, all that is. All that ever was brought us to all that is, and all that is will bring forth all that might be.
There's a
So
lot of what is and has been is that I don't have to be at one with any of that.
beautiful.
Seafood.
Well,
Most
hey,
urban black women in America.
if it's not in our awareness, it's not in our experience. If it's not in our experience, it certainly doesn't have to be in our awareness. And this is where I can find peace knowing that there's wars going on, is that it is happening, but it's not in my experience. I don't have to allow it to affect me completely, but I don't deny it. And this is where, and I don't mean maybe, I don't mean to take what you said the wrong way either, Tom. There's many things in this world. Yeah, I'm not going to accept what's going on. I'm not going to be a part of it. It's not me. But we can't ignore it. Or can we?
Can ignore you?
You can ignore me. Many people do. You're absolutely right.
Well,
Jack,
there is a line I
you've got
think.
good engagement for your channel size, Jack. The number of people that you have live every time I check in, it's good engagement for your subscriber base.
I agree.
I mean, sometimes you can check Grant Cardone's channel. I think he has like 250,000 subscribers, and he'll have like 25 people live watching.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say, Henry. I've pretty much got them receipts that Paulie has purchased an enormous amount of subs because his live viewers stay the same. And a month ago, Lauren had honeypotted Artie's corporate fiction away from Paul for a bit in Paul's interview with him. And in my clips of that I'm using, he had 2.5K something subscribers. A month later, he's at like 5 point something K. and nobody in these streets goes up double their subscribers with no change to their daily in and out.
That is a little interesting.
Yeah. I was gonna have Harris McGee expose it, but I had to cut my hair.
Is that a quote?
Huh. Harris McGee was a character I started, but I can only do it when I have the horseshoe hair and I shave like the top like I'm balding and I grow out a porn mustache. Very positive response in the analytics in the community.
There's the proper instruction motivates people show. Sharing cot flicks,
Nice
sharing
bulge,
me.
Jack.
Huh?
A nice bulge.
Right. I tell you, Conflicts is kind of he's pretty creative. Pretty creative. Hey, we have another guest here. Man, I don't think we've spoken yet. Maybe we did briefly. Welcome, OT.
Hey, how's it going? Sorry to come on so late. I got the message late, and then Jesse said, "Oh yeah, you should go on with these guys. You'd probably like it." So here I am, apologizing for interrupting. So maybe you guys could catch me up to speed.
You can't tell me that's not OTW with like some kind of beard face on.
No, this is not OTW. This is OT is kind of an interesting star. I don't know much about you. I've seen some of your lives on Facebook, and you are welcome.
I did a really great one last night on the cage. I forget what the show was called. Did you see me meeting Jesse and Angeline and Matt Unseated and Dominic on it was Tuesday night. I didn't roll in till like midnight on Monday night, and it was really great meeting these four people because it stimulated extra stuff like right off the hop. Matt was blasting the stuff he knows, and it's impressive, right? The lengths that he's already gone to at the age he's in his early 30s and stuff. And then even Dominic, right? I mean, the guy's twice his age. Like me and Dominic are almost twice the age of Matt. And just the changes that we've undergone as, I don't know if it's like sensitive, manly men that are maybe have been missed by society or the people around us as being more than how we present ourselves to be, career-wise, job-wise, or role-wise. So yeah. And then my wife, she said tonight, she goes, "Look, dude, you don't fit in any category, right?" And I was like, yeah, like it's true. I just never noticed. I just thought everybody kind of did what I did or kind of thought along the same lines, but I seem to have set the internet ablaze in the last little while with the way I speak, I suppose, but more so with the way that people speak to me and oppose me. It's like I'll have random strangers come on a live or an interview or a debate and suddenly attack me for shit that I have no control over, right? I can't change the color of my hair and my age and, shit like that. So let me ask you guys. Right now. You're triggered, right? But again, I feel like you give off an invisible, odorless gas that makes me want to come at you. I can feel that. I acknowledge what you're saying. Oh, okay. Okay. Can you help me out a bit by trying to, be a little bit uncomfortable and kind of get through the miasma of the stink of it all, and just kind of try as objectively as you can as the perceiver to kind of get a sense of where it's coming from. Like, I want to know how I'm impacting as the sensational sensation that I am, the perceivers that are perceiving the sensation, right? Like, what is it that has me off-gassing so many people just by my appearance, right? Or, Well, first off, you're running out of the era of malls and you're running out of your seasonal mall work that we're fast approaching
this month.
Mall work? Well, I didn't hear what it is.
Yeah,
Mall work?
You're running out of the years you can be a Santa at a mall for profit.
Oh, yeah.
Malls, we're
That's right.
losing
Yeah, I'm
malls.
on limited time. Yeah.
And you do come off to me as the archetype of that I describe as like the tall helicopter pilot from Beyond Thunderdome. You're kind of you seem like one of those guys. But I'm gonna get down to brass tacks here since you associated yourself with Dominic. Are you flat or globy, son?
Oh, the way that they tell us in school, textbooks, media, movies, general world, that the world is and how it moves and all these kinds of things, none of that works according to the laws of physics. Like, right? Like the provable laws of physics. You can't have space next to whatever. So it's not round, it's not spinning. If it is round, it might be in the opposite direction of what people have assumed. But again, I don't know. I haven't been high enough. I haven't been far enough.
Just give me 1 second, Jack. God damn it! All right, I'm gonna go. I didn't get to do my crash test reference inbound thing. OT, I do a little thing called Rage Mondays. Show up to a Rage Monday with that stuff,
Okay.
OT. I'm triggered.
Beautiful. Rage Monday.
Beautiful.
Okay, so I can then be a punching bag to you. Is that it? Yeah.
That's the goal. Hold on for me just a moment, OT. Regina Smith, God bless you. Thank you. Hello to everyone. I hope we have a wonderful night. Bless you for your contributions. Good to see you, my friend. Tommy, Illuma Tommy, if that was that the first time you've met him, OT?
Yeah, that was Tommy now. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's a great guy, very passionate, very enthusiastic. He does host a stream on Monday, Rage Monday. You might have some fun. I've seen you and how you communicate. You might have some fun.
Well, but again, I mean, I have fun, like as far as enjoying myself, my experience in life. Like I'll always be having fun, right? Like if people can't have fun when they're around me, they're a little bit uptight, right? So, but I've noticed that for whatever reason now, let's just say that any type of video interaction now is an octagon, like right now, like, so whatever forum I walk into now, whether a comment on a keyboard, whether a screen, in real life, even it seems like there's something at odds happening and I'm just being me. Right. So it's like I'm trying to decode what's triggering this. Right.
Hey, I'd actually, if you're serious about trying to decode that.
Oh, yeah.
I have theories.
Oh, okay? Yeah. Great. Yeah.
I'm experiencing similar patterns.
In your life, it's happening to you. Yeah. And I see it happening to others around my own family. Like everyone, like the cops surrounded my son the other day. Like some guy was showing him a knife on the hood of his car. It wasn't like he can go anywhere, but it was like 3-4 cruisers. I got dragged out of my car and arrested without question, like nothing. On Labor Day, I had it on a live. My wife got arrested, 4 cruisers, an on-site supervisor for breathing. So we've literally been under attack from the cops and in real life. So, and it's, it's heightening. And now you're telling me this while I'm observing it with other people. Jesse as well. Like Jesse Hall's under constant attack, right? Mm-hmm. And it turns out it's kind of lately, it's the same guys that have gone through him. Now they've shown up in my life. Meanwhile, I'm just being me at home, doing what I do, living life and loving it. And I now suddenly I've got these enemies that have quality people upset with the filth and vitriol and the devilish possession. Really, I describe it as like they're getting Agent Smith like this, right? It's like boom, boom. You're like, But But guys like Dominic, he can handle it, right? He can take a hit, right? Like I can say, okay, no, but like let's work through this, right? Like you're a human, I'm whatever. Let's figure this out. So I'm turning to a new page. I'm going to take notes of your theories here. So.
Hey, bless you, brother.
Yeah, no, thank you. It already has been a blessing, right? Like,
Amen.
to come on.
OT, this is what I've seen of you is you've got an incredible light and incredible enthusiasm to you, and you've got a gift of word. You've got a very expanded vocabulary.
Yeah.
And, you make a lot of sense.
But the thing is there's a lot of people that sit on the toilet that get these books that will give you, obscure words that are going to make you sound smart, right? So while you're a shithead taking a shit, reading a shitty book, trying to be artificially smart, the converse happens when you actually read and comprehend words and then know their origins. Like the more you know about the entirety of the word, the more of that power you encapsulate, right? So it's still in the same form and spelling and intonation and iteration. But if you know it inside and out, and then you have the form or whatever, you show up and now you're like, hey, I'm just being me. I'm just going to see what's real, and whatever resists what's real or true, what I've done the arithmetic on or the etymology on, they'll just kind of bounce into me and drop down, right? Like, you get to a point where you know that you're going to end up looking like the bully regardless, right? But the use of big words that are very specific and succinct is you need less of them and you'll convey way more impact. Like the way we indent the world is through our words. That's how we get understanding. I mean, there's other ways, but that's a huge one. Without words and the modalities of words, meaning the mode in which the word is. There's written word. I hate text on comments because people can interpret me the way they want to perceive me, as angry Santa, old guy that's white patriarchy, misogynistic dude that, calls himself,
They can do it in person too, though.
Yeah.
But in text, in comment, you're right.
So they misinterpret it, right? Whereas you can kind of control the energy by varying the cadence and the speed and the frequency and the timbre and the tone. And then you can really manipulate somebody. So if you're really a good car salesman and good at reading people, you can fuck everybody, right? I hate that. I despise that, right? It's like everybody has that ability because everybody's trying to manipulate you with their emotions. They don't even know they're running the program, right? I'm just used to being falsely accused by those closest to me and being suppressed. I just never noticed it till the last few years, how close it really is and to what extent it's always been. Like, did you watch any of that interview last night on Cage's channel?
No.
Okay, so he came on, like Dominic said, hey, we're going to be doing this thing, at midnight. If you want to come on, whatever. I'm like, I was going to go to bed. My teeth hurt, whatever. And then I said, what are you going to talk about? And they said, angles and spiritual beings and magnetism. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever, right? I can handle that. So I logged in and we went live and I started talking about the magnetosphere and different things. So now Cage plays a video of this guy called Dr. Michael Persinger at Laurentian University. Specifically, he played a video from TV Ontario, the public television here in the province of Ontario. And it's called No More Secrets. You can look it up. Michael Persinger, No More Secrets. So he started playing all the stuff. So basically, that guy's saying exactly what I just said, right? Mm-hmm. Whatever. And then Cage goes, dude, like, I know you're running some kind of game on me. I don't know. I don't even know who you are. Right. So I pull, like, here I got a file sitting above me, right? And I pull off the front thing, and it's a document. It's a scientific paper from April 1990. It's addressed to the guy on the video, right? And I wrote it, right? I mean, the guy was my wife's thesis advisor for graduating for undergraduate thesis. And I called him a cocksucker last night. I don't mean it. I highly respect the guy. Even though I figured out this guy's deep in the CIA based on what he told me and what you're saying now and what he's saying in his own video, right? But again, there's different levels, like you're directly employed or someone knows you, they've co-opted you, or they're extracting your information at a more comfortable level, right? It's not always nefarious. This guy Persinger, he always made everything public. You know what I mean?
Is that good or bad?
Pardon?
Good or bad?
I know it's very good. I remember in the first day of thesis class way back, he said, he goes, okay.
Sure.
Pardon?
I'm sorry. Thoughts were connecting. Please continue.
No, go ahead. Interrupt. It's okay. Yeah.
It makes sense. Persinger is the guy on that video you're talking about. So
right.
You knew him and his wife from the past and saw the video. And you said he made everything public. Well, that's what his talk was about, was no secrets.
No more secrets. Yeah.
That was my lag, was catching up to where
yeah. So I did know his wife. I only met her a couple of times. Like the first book that he wrote was called Time, Space, Transients and Unusual Events. And that was with Geneviève Lafreniere, if I'm saying the name right. But my wife was his, he was her thesis advisor for her undergraduate thesis paper, right?
You got the wife mixed. Gotcha.
Yeah. So it's my wife that actually was under his tutelage, right? So I was in the class, he was the evaluator. I had a different advisor, right? So he afterwards, he would have known me as a student, anyway. But I had sustained a mild concussion in trying to avoid a bar fight for the first time in my life, right? So I'm like, okay. I turn around, I bonk heads with a guy. Months later, I'm still having effects. He did a whole week-long series of tests on me in his laboratory, right? Which you don't need a whole week all day, every day. I didn't realize till a few months ago. I'm like, holy shit, he used me as a lab rat for all his experimental stuff, right? But I got an amazing 1.5 hour long assessment of my life, like 33 years ago, that it's kind of coming true, right? Because it's related to what you're saying about this light and enthusiasm, along with that sort of ability to manipulate with competence. That sets you up for either a big time business guy, a big time political guy, or a big time religious guru of some sort. Now, if you're wrong on any of it, if you're not moral on any of it, you're going to screw a lot of people. And,
so where did you end up?
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm going to end up being like the new religion of the world somehow, right? Like it's based on love and the understanding of how Jesus Christ disseminated it, right? He's the word in the beginning, right? He's love. Like his name shall be called the Word of God. Well, God is love. So what do we have now here, right? I'm going to decode love basically from A to Z in every capacity. I said to my wife a few years ago, I said, honey, like one day I'm going to be the most loved and hated guy simultaneously, right? The religious guys are going to hate me, right? The woohoo guys are going to love me. I said, and then they're going to flip flop. And it's kind of what's happening now. But I'm not trying to be anybody's leader. Anyone with quality puts a finger to their head and goes, why the fuck would I want to lead a bunch of midwits? Well, because you weep for them. You have a heart for them. You understand their plight, right?
Oh, gee. Sorry to interrupt, but Yes,
Yeah.
brother.
Yeah, you're digging it, right? Like you right away, you resonate, right? You're picking up.
There's,
Yeah.
there's a reason you and I are talking. And Jesse, thank you for this recommendation. And yeah, you got a little Papa Smurf going, brother.
Grab my Smurf hat. Now it's my Smurf hat. I thought, it was my cool Santa hat, whatever. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Hey, you and we share a lot of similar ideas and faith. You're a fascinating man, and I don't know your background or education.
Oh,
I
okay.
know
Yeah.
you are well versed in the Bible and many religions, or share a little bit, please.
Yeah, I will. Just hang on one sec.
Yeah.
I'm sitting in the dining room and I'm just gonna jump to the kitchen and grab a book, right?
I speak with my hands a lot.
Oh no, that's okay. I don't mind. I like living in Toronto. Like there's a lot of Italians. It's like hand gestures is a second language here. Like my dad, he restrained me from doing it. He thought it was a bit low class to start indicating things, that you couldn't verbally express yourself. He's an expressive guy, but he just doesn't like kind of these jerky gesticulations. I like them. I mean, I got accused on Sean Yankee's debate there with Champagne Tony Smith, the guy that called me a false prophet and a nigga. That was his introduction, right? To me. And anyway, he arranged a debate, and I said, yeah, I'm down for it. We went on it, and it was the same thing. But I blasted the crap out of him when it comes to the King James, right?
Love it.
And then I found out like all kinds of other interrelated stuff, right? That's all related to these guys. I was like, hold on a sec. Like one day I'm sitting in my workshop / kitchen / office / studio / recording, whatever. And the next minute I'm getting death threats from around the world from convicts, and misogynists and people that have criminal records against like women abuse and things like this, right? So
For what? What were the okay, you're bouncing around. I'm catching a lot of what you're sharing.
Yeah.
What were the death threats the result of? I mean, you're sitting in your multi-purpose room and now you're triggering people.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm triggering people by showing up, by asking questions and expecting answers, right? Like,
oh yeah, that makes sense then. Sorry.
So it's like I'll meet people for the very first time. They're grandparents. Doesn't matter they're 10, 15 years younger than me. They're already grandparents, or whether they're older. And they don't know how to comport themselves. They don't know how to speak, to introduce themselves, to wait for when it's their turn to speak and how to do it. And hello, how are you? And whatever else, right? And this is the 21st century.
It's confusion. People have lost the ability and not learned self-awareness, not learned the ability to communicate. I'm growing in my ability. So
to communicate. Yeah. And you're what? You're in your 50s, right? Or late 40s.
Just turned 50. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Like Jesse and stuff like that. So I'm 696. I just turned that whatever, a week or so ago, or a couple weeks ago.
Fabulous.
Right? Pardon?
Fabulous.
Yeah. And then
wait, what year is that? 696?
Yeah.
Maybe 1926? 1927? No, not even close.
Yeah, that's not close.
Holy cows, man.
Well, you got to remember, time's a construct, right? So,
right. Yes.
Right.
We are eternal, brother. We are eternal.
Correct. Yeah, correct. So the image that we're made in is definitely eternal, right?
Yes.
That's
There you
untouchable, because what goes into the mouth doesn't defile the man. It's what goeth out of the mouth that defiles the man, because out of the abundance of the mouth, or out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh, right? So it's
Yeah.
what's inside. Like if you're gnashing and whatever, right? Like for me, how much more evidence do I need? Israelite watchman, KJV, Sabbath keeping, supposedly correct prophet. How much word for word, comma for comma, period for period, holy scriptures can I download on a live interview to someone claiming that they're the ones every Friday night teaching the flock truth, right? Like this guy couldn't identify when the New Testament started, like nothing. And then when I'm speaking words of love, it's a recoiling, right? It's like, okay, you don't need a CIA how to lie course, or like how to spot a liar course, or a intro psychology for body posture.
Right.
Like you can't claim to know love if God is love, and then you hear His word for word, and then have a reaction, right? Something's not solid there, right? And it's like you said before, the confusion. Well, where does the confusion come from? Spells, EMF, poison food, cannibalism. They've turned all of us into cannibals. We've all had a Diet Coke, with flavor enhancers from whatever
Here,
cells.
OT, kind of taken off from where you're at.
Mhm.
Confusion. The devil is in the details. There's truth in that. The details bring us, we get overwhelmed with details. We become confused. And then in the darkness of our confusion, that's where the fears start to emerge and the hate.
Well, right, yeah, because fear is the opposite of love. Everybody thinks it's hate. No. Nobody hates me that doesn't admire or want a piece of me or envy me or covet me or is jealous. Like, not to say that I'm anything, right? It just,
Right.
You can't hate somebody unless you have focused attention to do it. Someone that's indifferent to you, he doesn't hate you. He doesn't love you. Like it's, what is it? It's nothing. You don't even register. You need, so I forgot why I was making that point though.
Love and fear.
Oh yeah, love and fear. Yeah, so fear is the opposite. How can you fear something that you know everything about? Right?
Right. This is the trademark God allowed me to receive. Live without fear.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah. What did Jesus say about fear, right? Fear not, right? That's don't fear, right?
And
Be careful for nothing. It doesn't mean don't take care and be full of the care you're taking. But don't worry about a thing, man. Be careful for nothing is don't worry about a thing.
that is it. And I don't know where you tuned in. I was getting kind of preachy and spiritual earlier.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Return back to that. I'm good with the way you want to go. Yeah.
Well, the concept of God and us, compared to God, we are nothing, no thing, and God is everything. So love everything, appreciate. That's the key. Appreciation.
Right. Well, fill you in some pieces, right? Since nothing's a coincidence and you're already going this way. So people want to be appreciated typically, right? Now, what do you have to do first before you can appreciate someone?
Be aware.
Be aware of them, right? So how are you aware of them? What do you have to do to be aware of someone?
Experience.
Well,
Learn.
yeah, you got to pay attention to them.
Attention.
Right? So
Yes.
this is now the line of attachment, the currency, right? If I'm looking here, I don't know Jack,
Right.
right? I could hear Jack, I could sense Jack, depending on how pure I am, how whatever, right? I mean, if Jesus can fast 40 days, 40 nights, download in vitamin D, barefoot in the desert, and stuff, right? Or mountaintops, walk on water in the midst of a hurricane, basically. It has like Alaskan king crab professional fishermen on TV channel shrieking their heads off, right? It's like these guys were they used to fish this. They know a storm could whip up at any given time. These guys are shrieking in that storm. When in the midst of the storm, here comes Jesus trucking along the waves, and they freak the fuck out. They're like, what? They think they're seeing a ghost, right? A spirit, right? And now Peter said, Lord, he kind of clued in. He's kind of an early guy, right? He's a long range trigger guy. Yeah. So he's like, Lord, if it be thou, bid me to come unto thee, upon the water, right? So he's okay. What does Jesus say? All right, come. When you're love, you receive, you bless.
Yes.
When Legion, that crazy guy in the Gadarenes, along with that other guy, I mean, they're both cutters. You can't tie them up. They're naked. Nobody goes near them. Well, they're possessed with devils, right? The one guy, when Jesus said, "What's your name?" he goes, "Legion." That's not a name. That's a battalion of Roman troops. How many are they? 2,000? Who knows? Look it up, right? So this guy's that whacked out. We got a girl on a bad period that friggin's trying to quit coffee, and cigarettes will rip the shit out of the fucking neighborhood, let alone Mary Magdalene, 7 devils. One devil kicked the shit out of those 7 guys when they tried to cast out some devil in the name of Jesus. And the devil, like, that's possessing the guy, he's like, hey, hang on. Jesus, I know. Paul, I know. Who the fuck are you? And then boom. And they escaped without any clothes and, all banged up and shit, cut up, marked up. Well, the crazy guy with 2,000 devils, him and the other guy, they're like, holy fuck, there's a son of God, right? They know they're former devils. They're running these so-called crazy people. So they were there. They know the word of God from heaven. They experience this. They've already chosen to follow the guy that thought he was smarter than God running it for them, which is Lucifer. Who's that? It's an angel of God. Which one? The highest angel, the most beautiful angel. Well, the angels are the sons of God. Okay. Well, Lucifer now is who? He's the serpent. That's the most subtle beast of the field when he got cast down. What lifted him up? His ego? No, it's pride. God hates pride the most because all the other sins come from pride.
Yes.
Right? You're somebody to be offended. You're somebody that somebody should stand up for. Oh, here comes the Pope. Here comes the pastor. Here comes the king. Listen, pal, God is no respecter of persons, man. Like, you understand? So whether you're a bum in the street or whether you're the king of the world, Leonardo DiCaprio, like, God doesn't give a shit. He made you out of microns, out of iotas, out of jots. This side of the threshold, that's the liminal. So we're subliminal. When we get to liminal and slightly beyond it, a half micron above it, we start to catch awareness that side is absolute darkness and nothing and fuck all and disorganization and cold and never coming to life. Light doesn't come out of darkness. God, there is no darkness at all in God. God's the best of everything. If he's dark, we're never coming out of it.
Brother, we are singing the same songs. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, right? And none of it's a coincidence and stuff like that. Like, I mean, I got like 3 times divorced, like broken-hearted housewives that have been molested by every member of their family that can download and sense shit. You know what I mean? God's the Holy Spirit. Like, God is light. We're bathed in a miasma of electromagnetism, which is the magnetosphere, which is light. Like that's the energy that Mr. Spock was talking about. Pure energy, right?
Yes, it's all here for us. And
Yeah.
the love of God is shown through everything. It's up to
Right.
us to find it.
Right.
It's here.
Right. So I had a guy, Chad Nicholson. Do you know Chad Nicholson?
No, not yet.
Anyway, so he's a guy here. I saw him on another guy that I met on here, Todd Church. Ran into Todd, saw his video, and he's speaking Sumerian, right? I'm like, it's going past my story feed or whatever, right? And here's this guy, ba 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 ba. I'm like, okay, what's this dude doing in his car speaking Sumerian in the middle of the day? So I watch him doing this, but he's mocking how language starts and the words and how people are sheep and stuff. But anyway, we connect. I start watching the guy. He starts watching me, phone calls. I go on one of his lives. This Chad guy comes on. But I don't know, like, I don't typically speak about the Holy Scriptures or God unless someone else brings it up, right?
Okay.
But I mean, there's times I will, but if they bring it up, then I'll engage. So he came on and he said, well, if the Bible's real, you know, or God's real, then how can there be the Bible? And I was trying to stop him because the first time I'm seeing him, and he's like F-bombing me on this live. But I didn't know then kind of what I figured out last night, right? Or I'm starting to with your help. And the guy, he's like, bah, 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 bah. I'm like, no, dude, like, first off, there has to be a creator for us to even be having this conversation. Like, if you want to go there, right? Yep. So and I tried to settle him down. So anyway, he, you know, continued into this yelling thing. I'm as good a yeller as anybody, right? So then he private messages me the next day. We're talking on a messenger live, and he's like, God, like he's weeping tears of, he goes, I see what you're saying and stuff like this, right? And he goes, let me show you this piece of equipment I've been working on, right? And he shows me this electrical device that when you shine it in on an object, it'll decode a frequency. The frequency of every particle, according to him and his equipment and the way it was calibrated, is 1748 hertz. And it looks like if this was a rounded shell, like of whatever you're taking the picture of the particle, like a round, two-dimensional picture, there's like little darkened circles, 4 of them, but they're slightly offset, and the center spaces were lighter, and it formed kind of like a cross. Like if you unfold a cube, right, into 6 sides, right, it's either going to make like a little stubby S or Z the other way, or it'll make the cross at the top or an upside down cross, right? So 6, it's the cube. 6 is the hexagon. 6 is the 6th element, carbon. We live in a carbon-based world. The carbon-based world is run by who? The God of this world is the devil that blinded the minds of men, that was cast out of heaven down to earth. So now that hexagon, which is the most, that's the shape that will occupy the most space in a space to occupy, and it'll be kind of it'll be more rigid than a square, right? Square, this is whatever, but circles are the best, right? So you'll go the square, that the hexagon will be more tight than the diamond, which is a square on its side, is stronger in a sense than a square that's up and down and side to side. You can do it with sheets of paper and stuff. You fold creases in them, and the more creases, the more rigid it gets, right? So reality then gets enfolded in on itself in a carbon-based world made out of hexagons, out of the carbon element, when you fold over these three-sided isosceles triangles, when you cut a two-dimensional hexagon in itself, in half, sorry. Like, all of it's interrelated. The one in the beginning, in the beginning. It's a slight in-breath, in the beginning. So it could be in the beginning, reality was inducted by the breath of God, the word of God, or projected as a spiral vortex that's the pinion, right? Like that basically opined everything into existence, right? By spirit, right? By spirulia. These are like the little horn-shaped things. Well, who's the unicorn in Job? The unicorn in Job will break down to Jesus when you look at it, right? And Jesus is the Word in the beginning. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All
Agreed.
things that were made by Him. He
Yep.
was in the world. He came unto his own, and his own received him not. But to as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God. And the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void.
Here, I want to interrupt, come back to a couple of things you said, because I get where you're going. Everything started from the creator, the creative, through the word, through the energies, and the energies formed through cymatics, create the geometry, and all form starts to be. And in the past, the creator gave us the truth, gave us the perfected image for us to learn from in Jesus the Christ. And what you were saying, I think exactly what you were saying about the sixes, between the shape, the carbon, the six. I am of the belief what the words mean. The Antichrist that has risen and rules this world is the ego. It's the beast.
That's pride. That's pride, right? Because the ego is psychoanalytic theory, right?
Yes. Ego is psychoanalytic theory. It's the structures of belief in the form.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the ego. I think Lucifer, that he got in his ego, man. That's God playing allowing the character to play out. He got in his ego of pride.
Pride, exactly. He wanted to be above the Most High God. Well, what do I have all day? I have people saying, no, God is everywhere. I'm God. You're God. Listen, you can't make change from $1. You don't even know if they got your order right or charged it too much or shortchanged you. How are you God now? What does anybody create other than a mess out of everything they touch or look at? Everything we've touched is going to be dust one day.
Yes, but at the same time, while we are here, we are instruments for creation.
Right.
We are the creation happening. Hey, OT, you and I are on the same page. So let's get into some future talk, because that's actually what I try to focus on with the streams. Is really, I was I bought into the first Bush president propaganda, and so I signed up for the military as a kid. Today, my purpose is to do a better
job. You went to the Gulf War? You went in 91 or whatever?
I went in 91, but I didn't see actual combat or anything. I was blessed, but
maybe it's rumors of wars. Maybe there's only a few guys that kind of see sort of combat, and it's on a need to know basis. They just get you guys out there doing dumb shit. Yeah, wake up too, early in the morning. You're hanging out with all guys like as though that's not fucking gay. Right. Right? You know what I mean? And it's like, fuck, man, I'm away from everybody I love and this and that. What am I doing here? Now I got to fucking run. These boots don't even fucking fit. Then I got to dig some jackass hole and then refill it in, come back, do it all over again. So they're keeping you busy. They might give you some live ammo to shoot at some targets or go over here and go, oh, get down here. Come. You don't know if they really killed you, right? So only a few guys will see something or other. The rest, you can fake it all.
Well, hey, OT, I love how you're describing it, because that is what service was like. It was just crazy.
So I'm 8 years older than you. And now...
Did you serve? Sorry.
No.
Did you serve? Okay, go ahead.
I won't join the Boy Scouts. I don't want anyone telling me what the fuck to do, right? It was like, hold on. I'm still in diapers, but I know that I'm smarter than you. Why are you telling me to not do this right at the moment, right? But it's easy to get caught up in the propaganda of defending your nation and your country.
Yep.
Right against who? Against them.
Against the enemies they created, yes.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Who's them?
Well, brother, my purpose now, it wasn't until just several years ago I discovered this organization, Veterans for Peace. Other people like me who got suckered in, but they realized, hey, this war's a racket. This is crap.
Well, those guys, they're lucky that they're out, because a lot of those guys got friendly fired upon, or it was more like this. Hey, Viet Cong, we're coming in tonight at 11:30. Take your fucking shit out of there. We'll toss in a few patsies. We're gonna need their body bags for a bit of Diet Coke to make it back to America. We're gonna get this back from the friggin' French, right?
There has been a lot of unnecessary and unhelpful human loss, tragedies. And while I was
Winston Churchill firebombing Dresden, this is Nagasaki and Hiroshima in one night to a non-military target of retired people and kids under the age of 15, plus Kurt Vonnegut, obviously, right? That's how I know about it. But incendiary bombs in one night killed 250,000 people. How come we don't know that in American history and Manifest Destiny and on Smithsonian Channel or National Geographic, right? Or about the Liberty getting shot at by the same motherfuckers that run the fucking show now that Jesus Christ, the allegory, happened to expose, right? He said, love your enemies. It's written they conspired to kill them.
Amen. So OT here, bringing it back to the story of Jesus, right? As he was, we are. The story of creation started and it brought us to today. I'm of the belief what has corrupted mankind is our systems. The beasts of rule, the beasts that have risen is the corporate and government systems. So I believe we have an opportunity through exercising our rights, our freedoms, I think we can bring solutions. If God is with us, truth is on our side, we can bring solutions to the leaders in government. And the solution I see is to rid the world of corruption. We must stop allowing secrets to be legal.
Right. Yeah. It says to owe no man anything, but to love one another, right?
We get rid of debts. Yep. Sorry.
No, but for he that loveth another hath fulfilled the law. You gotta remember. It also says ye are not under the law as well, right? Now, the other than the law of love, which is doing the right thing, telling the truth. If God is love and God is light and God is truth and God is good, then love is the truth. Love is no more secrets. Love is authenticity.
Amen.
if someone's struggling with whatever way they've been programmed or happen to be molested or predilected or prefer as a sodomite or a woman with the, this is not to vilify them. This is not Old Testament God firebomb Sodom and Gomorrah. It's not a free pass, even though they're not under the law. It's still someone to love, to pay attention to find out why they're like that.
That's it.
Right? Like,
brother, communication. Hey,
yeah.
Swinging it back to the experience. This is something we talked about earlier on the stream too. We are going through this shift right now. And I believe it is the separation. There's people, it sounds like you're sharing this experience. I've heard your love, your light, your faith testimony. People like us, we trigger egos. It's our role. And I've been trying to learn to grow in my compassion, my patience, my grace. I lacked a lot of grace.
Okay, like unmerited favor, like you didn't cut anybody any slack, I guess, or whatever it is.
I had more hopes and expectations in other people than they found in themselves, right? So I didn't allow them the grace to be confused, to stay ignorant, and
I mean, it's kind of it's a funny thing, right? Because myself, when I grew up, my parents are Macedonian, right? And from former Yugoslavia, the Slavic part, whatever. And my mom, her family lost everything in an 11-second earthquake, right? Boom, boom, done.
Gone.
Grab a couple pictures, some leftover clothes that weren't destroyed. You're lucky to be alive. See you later. So they ended up in Canada. First, they went to a refugee camp in this is in the early 60s. In Germany for 9 months. Then they flew to Montreal, came to Toronto. My dad, he couldn't wait to leave and come to America and drive Cadillacs and bang movie stars and, everything else they saw in the movies. So he escaped from home, and he took the brunt of all the punishment of all the kind of younger, whatever, right? So he escaped over the mountains into the Greek side of Macedonia and turned himself into the authorities. They beat him up. He's like, hold on, I know the mayor here. They're like, oh, okay. And they sent him, it was his uncle. He goes, look, dude, like, what the fuck are you doing, man? He goes, here's some money, here's some shit. They're going to do this and that and the other thing, keep a cool tool. So he went to the refugee camp, and then he had escaped with three other guys. They got visas to different countries. So whoever was accepting you, you're in a refugee camp, right? Like you're
going to go
on out, right? So one guy went to Australia, one guy went to America, one guy went to Sweden, and my dad went to Canada, right? Met my mom. They got married. She was just turned 21, and he was still 21. And then 11 months later, I'm born, and she's still 21. He's 22, just turned 22, right? New country, new whatever. They both look like movie stars, man. Like they're riveting, right? Yeah. They're so they got invited to all the parties. My mom almost died in a botched cesarean section, right? Mm-hmm. For me being born. I asked her about a year ago, I go, Mom, why was I being born as a cesarean section? Like what? Like, weren't you already in university, med school, on the varsity volleyball team, traveling the country, playing? Like you're 21. You just stopped playing, college level sports, and you get married. You're in the best shape of your life. What's the complication that you now need She goes, I don't know. I go, what do you mean you don't know? I said, you were going to be a doctor. Why wouldn't you ask a doctor? She goes, I didn't speak the language. I was still at night school learning it, working during the day. Like, like it's traumatic, right? And I said, well, what about the adults in your life? Like, I mean, you used to have like a hernia surgeon and his wife babysit me when I was a kid. Well, ask these people. She's like, nobody said anything. So anyway, she needed a blood transfusion. The life is in the blood. You might get another identity in there somewhere. Who knows, right? I go into an incubator, so I'm not squeezed through the birth canal. I'm not held, touched, whatever. I'm talking to my dad a few months ago. I go, Dad, why have you never liked me, man? Like, what the fuck's, what's the problem? He goes, because you think you know everything. I said, okay, well, why is that a problem? He goes, because you think you're so smart. I said, okay, well, tell me a time when I've been wrong. Silence, right? This guy can make a 6 doctor's head spin. Like, he's that fucking smart. I'm not making like I'm smart. He actually is. I just like to make sure that I cover my bases. I mean, so falsely accused all my life. I'm used to like backing myself up now, right?
Yep.
Like, when did it start for you? When did it start for you?
I don't know, but that's something over the past few years I've gone through a lot of shift and development and looking at my past, brother, exactly what you said. My mind has developed because I have been falsely accused so much through my life. Yep.
Yeah.
So punished for what I did, punished for what other people thought I did.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I get it.
Like, the French law is if the cops catch you, you're guilty until proven innocent. Whereas here, the premise is supposed to be you're innocent until proven guilty, right? So I grew up under the French rule from a dad that escaped socialist, almost communist Yugoslavia, right? And then came to Canada, like kind of early stage communism of the fall of Canada. No, like now we're totally communist long time ago, right?
Hey, sorry, OT. We got another guest joining up. This is brother MC Nemesis. Hey, before you start up though, there's another synchronicity here, OT. My ex-wife, my son's mother, her family is Macedonian.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so kind of interesting. Anyway.
Do you know where she was from? Like, was she born in America or over there?
She was raised and born in Germany, but
okay. Yeah.
Her parents still had they had a vacation place in Pula, Macedonia.
Okay, so they're what? Slovenian then?
Yeah,
Slovenian.
I thought they were Macedonian.
Pula. Yeah, I'm not big with it because to me, I didn't want to kind of associate with the Macedonia. I had cousins; they loved all that stuff. All the cultural folk festival dancing shit. I'm like, come on, man, that stuff is geeky to me, right? I sort of wish I did it, but I didn't like the culture. The culture to me was stifling itself by staying amongst themselves, right? I'm like, you're in Canada, like we have everything here. Why are you guys just doing the same old thing with the same guys from high school, right? Now over here, Bruce Springsteen, he plays the part of small town Macedonians, right? He's no, but he's the guy that's kicking out the programming to keep people stuck in endless loops of stupidity that amount to nothing.
Hey,
like
Jack, speaking of loops, right, I was on Paul's channel, right, and he had over 100 people, so he's getting pretty popular. I'm trying to translate Paul Unslaved. He's like this truther guy, right?
Oh, okay.
And so, like, Jack, I'm trying to translate his message here. So basically, he wants you, and I'm trying to do it live. I'm not doing it like him, like a gorilla. He wants you to learn the laws to better help yourself. Like, someone got out of a ticket, right? And the person that got out of a ticket was able to do so because he had like the law stated in his account. Like he just wants you to be aware of the laws and your what he calls rights. But instead of telling us those rights,
who does? Jesus does, or someone else?
like Paul unslaved, but instead of telling us those rights, he will literally just repeat himself saying that we're slaves and insult people. All I want him to do is explain himself. Jack, you know him more than I do. Can you please? I'm really trying to understand him. He seems really angry at me, and I'm trying to. Can you explain what he wants us to do? I don't understand him. It's like a foreign language.
I love that you're asking, and you know what, Nemesis, let me offer this. I've reflected on some of my past streams, and I believe you are authentic and you are actually seeking and trying to find answers. And you've gotten kind of beat up on some of the panels. Some of it's been deserved, some of it hasn't. And I didn't mean to offer you any roughness that you didn't deserve. All right. As far as your question, Paul and I are actually explaining many of the same things in different ways. The idea of embracing your freedom. Now, he has different ideas and ways on doing that, and it involves, like what Wizard does, the trusts and a lot of the paperwork and petitions, and I get the value in that. There is a lot of value to be found in that. What I believe, I'm kind of all in on changing the systems. I believe that the systems can be changed, and when we change the systems, more people will recognize their freedom. And when more people recognize their freedom, maybe they'll start caring about their freedom. Start giving.
Yeah. I mean, okay, what's the greatest sovereignty guy of all time? Call no man upon the earth your father, except your Father which is in heaven.
There you go.
Like, that's sovereignty doctrine right there. If God is love and he's light and he's the truth and he's good, and you make that number one, you don't need the other laws.
Amen.
They're gone. They're gone.
Okay, we're on to something here now. We got to be, because he has, I don't know if he's made a Stephen Martin, a professional NFL player, is on, and I was talking to him. So obviously, okay, so a man with money who had a successful career, praised by other men, goes to Paul Unslaved, who lives in a camper, and I'm not trying to make fun of him, I'm just saying he does not have the money and status. Like this Stephen Martin is seeking out Paul. And another big topic, you seem to, so your role in Paul is basically, he told his audience that you were a mirror image of him, that you're preaching the exact, not preaching, but explaining the exact, like doesn't a mirror image mean the exact opposite but the same? Like you're trying to be like him?
No.
And I'm not trying to compare. I'm just saying his movement, this is catching traction. People are paying attention, even professional celebrities, professional athletes. So you got to be careful with this kind of truth or knowledge that we're putting out here.
Well, here's the thing.
If they're professional athletes, why are you going to attribute something to dudes on steroids that are, you know, basically convicts roaming around because of deals that their agents make with sports teams and millionaire professionals? Like, why do they carry any more weight than the bum in the street that's life is changed by something?
OT, I agree completely with you, but that is kind of the answer of Nemesis' question. This guy Paul,
that was a good answer.
I dropped the link in the private chat here if you're interested. Paul he's a very talented young man. He's very energetic. And he knows the enemy. If we consider the enemy being the legal systems and the corporate systems, he's pretty well versed in the enemy.
It's only the enemy when the lawyers and the judges pervert the law. right?
Yes.
And they came to illegally and unlawfully detain Jesus that night, right?
Right?
Right? Like they didn't have a search warrant. And what did he do? What was his crime? He's like, man, I've done everything openly. Now you come with me with sticks and staves and swords. Like, what the fuck's going on? Well, Caiaphas and Ananias, they're, one's retired advising the other current guy. They're convening illegal trials, 6 of them all night, man, up to the king. The king Herod wanted to see Jesus do tricks for the king, right? He's like, fuck that. I'm not even talking to this pedophile, right?
Hey, dude, you're so right. This was a realization that I had that actually really signified what the message of Jesus was about. When I recognized that nothing's changed. He was murdered by the obedient employees of the police state. Same thing that's happening today.
Jack, okay. Let's see what he's exposing, right? So now,
Stephen Martin, this dude is much smarter, much. And I'm not trying to say, I'm just saying, to me, I listen to him. I think he's more articulate, not smart, just more articulate. I think that he's going to use this community to build some kind of truth or foundation. The reason I say that is because it's about to get taken over and they're trying to shut you down. And in my opinion, he's the ops, because I never in my life, Jack.
Shut me down.
But he's smarter than what?
I never talked to an NFL professional player on YouTube.
Wait a minute. Jack. Okay, but you know what? You're placing somebody up on a pedestal. And here, to answer to your question, and let's come back to that.
What is a millionaire doing on Paula and Slave's channel that has everything in this world?
Everything is perfect. There's a perfect order for all things. And I understand.
Who are you referring to now? Me or someone else?
No.
He's referring to that other.
He's a famous. He benches 500 pounds. That dude right there, he's a multi-millionaire NFL professional football player. What is he doing in our community?
Okay.
Well, here, wouldn't the best question be for Paul and him? But guess what? Paul and him doesn't accept. So here's what you're seeing. Now, you said something I'm curious about too, that someone wants to take me down. I know I've got many people already like that, but I heard a little bit about what that Steve Martin was talking about, and it sounds interesting. He's setting up a trust to try and help others in some ways, but it's still, in my view, it's still profit-minded. And that is what Paul is focused on, materialistic perspectives.
Okay.
I focus on the spirit.
See, the only reason to start one of these trust things is to have the advantage that they have written in the laws to favor certain people that know those laws so they can avoid paying those taxes. So if you're going to avoid those by registering a trust and operating within, I'm not saying that it's right, I'm just saying within the legal means, then that'll give you more money, hypothetically, to use to help other people, not because you need it or you need the write-offs or whatever the case is, right? So that would be the right way to do that kind of thing. It's not inherently evil or questionable just off the hop unless you know the other benefits to it. So, I mean, he's a football player, right? You said? So he's banged his head a couple times. His clickers aren't really working as efficiently as they can.
He played for the Indianapolis Colts, yes.
Okay, but give him those vitamins that stupefy you too, right? So,
There's some brilliant people disguised in different forms. And, it sounds like I only caught a little bit of the conversation from this other place the other day. It sounds like what Wizard was saying, this Martin guy is kind of taken on the role of being a banker and managing, helping others.
Your group, or he said this community. Yeah. You'll have to explain that to me, but let me ask you this first. Is there any way for you to post this to my Oshus Fagnon Facebook page so that it goes live now, that anybody of my friends can see it while we're talking about it?
Do you have the option in the top to restream?
I don't want to. Is it the dots up here? Is it more like I don't want to disconnect myself. I had a hard enough time getting on here. But hold on, I'm going to press some buttons. Okay, it says copy link. Oh, then I would have to go out to my Facebook. Let me try that. I'll copy link.
Yeah,
No.
but he'll let you right back
No,
on.
no. What you're doing is you're copying the StreamYard link, I assume.
Yeah, whatever it was, copy to put in my. Yeah, that won't
Here.
work.
I'm dropping in the back in the private chat. This is the link to my YouTube channel. You're free to post that. Otherwise,
yeah. So, but can you like just tag me on my page with that so that we go live on my thing there as well?
not
Like you
from
know how
where,
to do this without disconnecting. So
Not-
just tag. Oh, you don't know how to do it. Okay.
from where I am, I'm not able to. Not that I'm aware of, but if
I mean, you can
see on
stream
the
to his
phone-
destination if you had his info
Yeah.
to log in, but I don't think he wants to do that.
Yeah, I do have it open for others to restream from here. If you can see the option to share stream or restream, that's what it would say. And you'd be able to link it to your own YouTube or Facebook. But it might not be.
All you have to do is you go live yourself and you stream it. You
know
stream
what?
your screen this, and you act as this as your stream, but you stream live on your end. If you have streaming,
I think OT
software.
I think OT may have frozen actually.
Yeah, I think you went out of the
check.
program to. So what I'm trying to explain here, Jack, is I'm looking for answers.
I know.
Paul, I mean, that's useful information to. I mean, I don't understand why I'm going to waste my time looking up all these laws whenever I could just get a license plate and just go along with the program. It's never hurt me at all. And just go along with the program so I don't get pulled over every day. I would get pulled over and have to explain myself to the police, and it's highly inconvenient. And if
Right.
that's his claim to fame, to look into these laws that you have to constantly explain to the police,
Mm-hmm.
this is a waste of his time and energy, and
Okay.
he needs to. He needs to follow your path. You're looking for spiritual. He's materialistic.
Nemesis, thank you. I share this view that what he's offering is encouragement to people to exercise their rights, claim their freedom. You don't have to license, you don't have to register, but the result is just what you said. If you're going to live that life, you want to take your plates off and buck the system and defy the registration, you're going to have to be prepared to you're just running
Be inconvenienced.
Yep, exactly. You got to prepare yourself to be inconvenienced and interfered with because you are placing yourself outside of normal. Now, some people embrace that, and I honor those people that want to embrace that. What I want to do though is seriously, I think we can change the rules. We can totally transform the way that things were. And this is the game of life. This is what we're supposed to do. When I started studying self-development, that's all you're doing. You're rewriting your own rules for yourself.
Yeah, you're projecting. Last night on that Cage interview, and I had it on my thing. Dominic had tagged it to my page. Jesse, if he's watching, he said he tagged it to my Facebook page. I tried it when I lost you. I copied that link, went over there, and I posted it like I'm making a post, and it just went on one of those colored things with all the HTTPS stuff, right? And I'm like, oh, shit. And then I tried getting back in, and I clicked on another open tab, and I saw Jesse had made wherever it was streaming, and he said, "Oh, I just posted it to your page." So I didn't know how to respond to him there, and I wanted to get back here. But with the cops, if we're going to change, so the system's in place. They're already using our tax money, right? So they're going to buy a Ford Explorer, $70,000 with leather seats and a sunroof. They're going to convert it. $250,000 of equipment and body armor and communications and radar guns go into this, right? These guys are sitting there doing dumb shit that everybody hates them doing in their own selves, stopping speeders going 2 kilometers over the speed limit or whatever, or harassing kids because they got a pop can on their, for a muffler or whatever. They're wasting time and resources. The jails are empty, except they're looking for drug addicts and alcoholics to pick up and vagrants and bums or the odd domestic squabble. Everybody knows a cop in real life. You got to start making connections with these people like they're people, like they're out risking their lives. Yeah, it's a bad system. Dude, how many people can go to their office job and other than an earthquake or a typhoon or whatever, they're not going to die at work. Cops are waking up like shift work, which already monkeys with your circadian system. They're programmed to think everybody's against them because their life depends on it, right?
Yes.
That stratifies them into us against them. They're selected on a lower level IQ, right? If you're too high of an IQ or you're too good of a guy, the cops don't really want you. They want guys that follow orders, but that also were bad enough in real life that they know the game so they can make more tickets or court appearances or however they make money, right? So now it's structured like this. The average cop doesn't know this. The higher up guys in the secret clubs know this, right? Well, we even know those guys too, right? Some, you can be related to them. They can be neighbors, clients, whatever, right? But if we start treating them as human beings, right, then they can kind of start being convicted by what God wrote on someone's heart, on the fleshy tables of the heart, the knowledge of right and wrong.
Yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt. What you're talking about is exactly what I'm suggesting. And I'm glad you brought that around because the cops are doing things that really is it helpful for the community and sometimes, and then the other side of that, those men and women are actually going out and exposing themselves to the worst of the worst that society has to offer.
Yeah. So they're seeing some violated young kid by a closest relative, taking them to emergency to get their asshole stitched up or their, like Jean-Benet Ramsey and stuff, ritualistic rape and all. Their parents didn't fucking hear. The neighbors an acre away heard. Come on, man.
Well,
so
hey, OT, sorry. The solution though is what you said. If we can connect to those human beings, recognizing they're imperfect, the system is imperfect, we're all in this together, and I think the communities can help the police have an easier, safer job, and the police can certainly help the citizens have a safer experience.
So if I could bring this to a summary, right?
All right.
So Paul is offering a materialistic solution to work within the law. Jack, you are saying that's fine too, and what you're talking about by building your characteristics is called, we have an autonomous personality, and it's autonomous and it's psychology. What you are, Jack, is a psychologist. Closely, and whenever I talk to you, you sound a lot like Jordan Peterson in your mythology of thinking. He's a very wise, intelligent person. He just, he's quirky. I don't understand what's wrong with being like, people make fun of people that's quirky, but who cares? Anyways, Paul is offering a pragmatic solution and he's getting pragmatic answers. He got his pragmatic answer, Jack. He did excel at what he's trying to do. He's got a celebrity spokesperson now. And now that he has that wedge, I'll tell you, he will never listen to you. In fact, he goes so far as promoting cop flicks, which is attacking you, Jack.
I know.
And it's a smearing, labeling campaign against you. Why? I have no idea. All you're doing is explaining how psychology can benefit us and how we can use psychology and try to connect with people. I have no idea why he's attacking you. You're not in
Hey,
competition. You exist in duality, materialistic, spiritualistic. And I'm for the
exactly.
spiritual.
Nemesis, I think you're getting it. Thank you.
Well,
I've been here.
Jack's way is better if I'm going to say something, right? I don't know the other guys. I haven't seen their stuff, but I get the idea, right? So take your plates off because you don't have to register. You paid for your car. Drive the speed limit. You know, don't talk to cops. Put your signs on the window, whatever it is, right? That's good. Now you get celebrity traction. Okay, it's pushback in reality. We need those guys. Now, to change the world, dude, you can't convince with a list of 20 poisonous substances, teachers and doctors and intelligent people to not take poisonous substances into their own body. How are you going to change them about this shit when they just want to get home, watch the hockey game or the football game or the tits and ass show or on the internet, whatever. So they're not going to be able to go through all the stuff that the other guys do it. There's going to be a small subset. Everybody else, if they're going to do it Jack's way, where the system's in place, we already know the system's bad. Not everybody does. But while the system's in place, let's use this and slightly shift their perspective. We're not tearing down buildings, closing precincts, taking cruisers away from people. We're just saying, hey, let's everybody be fair here and see what the best thing is for cops health-wise. Is it better to be on steady nights? You know, the guys that are night owls, their circadian rhythm runs on that. They're good being up all night. Leave those guys there. Don't have platoons or battalions or however they run it. It's all militaristic anyway, right? Don't stress out, ladies looking for excitement and love guys in uniforms. They're cops. Now they're wrestling drunk guys or guys on meth in the middle of the night, or again, investigating murder scenes. And then some jackass chirping you going, fuck, what do you need my insurance for? You know what I mean? Like,
this is the thing. Everyone is obedient employees. And this is Lucifer's realm, wants control. And when we give up our control, when we become obedient to others and our memories, we end up with this world that's crazy and everyone's confused.
But do any of you guys ever mind giving up control to someone that you trust or that's competent in their field? Like if you guys were experts in whatever, flying helicopters, remotely on Mars, then I'll be like, oh, okay, like I've heard about these guys, or Jesse Hall told me, man, Jack's the best remote control, Martian pilot, right?
Right.
And then I'm like, I'm cool with it. Okay, let me watch in case I ever have to do this myself. I automatically defer to you because I conform to the information that you contain. And if you have integrity, you'll go like, yeah, look, I'm going to do a loop to loop here and I'm going to buzz this Martian over here. You know what I mean? So there's nothing wrong with deferring and conforming to authority if it's working out fairly for everybody's interest. Then it just makes everybody's life smoother, right?
Amen. Sorry, thanks for allowing the interruption. Sorry, damn it! Now I lost my thought.
Okay, but let me try and get you back on it. Yeah. It's like, so now if the system's there, we have a respectful distrust based on past proven performance. So we'll be upfront with it. Like, hey, listen, we know things have gone wrong within the police department. Like every police department has a scandal. Every school has a teacher that's had some kind of sex with a kid. So we all know that all the systems are basically fucked up. So the guys inside with the authority, somehow they were morally co-opted or, whatever, right? Whether it's bribery, whether it's blackmail, whether it's just their own personal greed or lust for power and pride or some other motivation, that needs to be restrained. Say, okay, you're the president of a corrupt thing now. Let's get the dogs in line here. We've got prison cells empty. We got bums living in cardboard boxes. Why don't they come over here and then just have some dude, they can read them the Bible, or they can teach them how to do math, or how to do something, right?
OT, amen. We've got a lot of options. There's a lot of things we could do different. And I kind of want to swing back to what Nemesis was suggesting. I'm excited for Paul and for what he may be building. I think there's a place for all of us in this experience. I mean, this is the time we've got to start. I think it's time for us to do something. So congratulations to him. However, here's the thing, Nemesis. Many people have made the mistake of choosing to avoid me, which really puzzles me.
But is it based on what Paul was saying, or something else?
The perception,
one
Jack,
example.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. So the perception, and I'm just gonna be honest.
Be honest.
So the perception is that you're some kind of crazy cultish leader,
right? That's the narrative,
and that is
it's the default mechanism, right? It's the easiest thing.
I don't see it. I just do not see it.
Hey, Nemesis, thank you, brother. This idea that I'm running a cult and I'm all this arrogant and narcissist. What this is, it's what we were talking about earlier, OT. People projecting, describing themselves accurately, and that's what Paul does. I'm telling you, listen to Paul's words. He is describing himself so accurately in so many of his accusations, especially when he's talking about me. So, Nemesis.
Oh yeah, dude, that makes now everything's getting clear.
But here's the flaw: is like,
thank you.
Whoever's in your communities, right, that also knows him, if he's now speaking against you, you guys have the easiest basis to help support his community. So he doesn't even have the forethought to restrain himself to do what's best for everybody by saying, okay, whether he doesn't like you on a personal level, or whether he's pissed off that if you guys appear together, he's not the smartest guy in the room. I don't know what the deal is, right? What his personal thing is, but he's shooting himself in his own foot.
Well, he hates Donald Trump, sir. He really does. And he hates right-wing politics, I guess. I don't know.
But who's Donald Trump? I mean, he's a guy with a TV show, right? Like,
yeah, but
who's Ronald Reagan? He's a guy with movies. Who's Arnold Schwarzenegger? He's another guy. Al Franken.
He hates Donald Trump,
Jesse Ventura.
But
Trudeau.
He's a liberal, though. So he doesn't want to participate in politics.
But it's a distraction. All politics are controlled, right? I've done the experiment myself in my own waiting room over decades. I'll have people from other parts of the world, all over the world, right? And I'll be like, hey, in your third world country, you can pick Africa, pick Southeast Asia, whatever you want, right? And I'll say, is voting fixed over there? Are elections fixed over there? And everybody's, oh, yeah, of course they are, right? And then if there's an election around the time here or in America, it's all over the news. I'll say, okay, so it's fixed over there. Everybody knows. I said, okay, what about here? Is it fixed over here? All of a sudden they're like, oh no, it's not fixed here. Here it's fair. I'm like, hold on a sec. We crossed a body of water, either the Pacific or the Atlantic, whichever way you decided to get here. What changed in human physiology, psychology, motivation, all of this stuff, right? Like, what is the delineator where it went from totally corrupt and everybody knows it to now suddenly somehow fair between Democrats and Republicans, and this lizard that's your leader is slightly more moral than this guy because the underage girls he's with aren't as underage as the girls and boys that this guy's with, and his, wife / first lady dude, looks slightly more feminine or could beat Mike Tyson in a straight up brawl, depending on whether it's Melvinia or Michael, right? Like, it's all fixed, man. It's all theater. Like, how many more actors do we need as heads
but
of
why
state?
can't? Okay, but why can I participate in the theater in order to reach more people organically on social media?
Oh
And
yeah, maybe, yeah. I
if
mean,
I
maybe you could,
participate
yeah,
in it, isn't
yeah.
it just free marketing though? Isn't it smart to use politics for free marketing?
Smart. Oh, to market your platform or
Me,
what you?
like me.
Oh,
Ever
okay.
since I've been getting into politics, I've been growing my numbers. So you're
Hmm.
telling me that it's political theater. Well, what if I want to engage in it to increase my reach? Like,
Yeah,
there's a lot of people who know it's political theater that like to engage in it for entertainment.
right. But as long as you're aware that it is, right, so that you're not stratifying real people against each other versus false people, right? It's like, I know Trump from the standpoint of I attended some of his
Well, there
university
are some issues,
things.
OT, and I'll tell you the issues. What about abortion? Now,
Okay.
you might say politics is political theater, but what about abortion? Like, whenever pro lifers are protesting, like, what about abortion is political theater?
Okay. I'll tell you. That is the number one problem in the entire world. And nobody wants to admit it, right?
No, you said it's political theater, that it's not real. So, can you
No,
tell
no,
me?
no, no. Abortion is real, and this is how you're going to catch all the authorities and have a case to throw them all in jail. Now, when does life start?
I believe it starts at conception.
Okay, what happens at the moment of conception?
At the moment of conception is whenever the life begins to form.
Okay, so the sperm penetrates the ovum and fertilization occurs. At that moment of fertilization, boom, there's a spark of light that's measurable, right? They've seen it. What is God?
Well, I mean, I think you should answer
God is
my
light.
question.
God is light. Hold on. So
Yes,
God is light.
but what
He's the
part of
creator of
abortion
light.
is? You just said that it's political theater, that it's not real.
No, I didn't say that is. I'm saying vote for Trump, vote for Biden is political theater.
But the reason I vote for a Republican over a Democrat is because they are pro-life over pro.
Yeah, okay. Like, again, so if you're going to do that, yeah, I'm all for. I mean, if you're going to just look objectively, who does what that's better for people, even though they themselves are dirty and take advantage. No politician goes into politics if there's not huge advantages for themselves, right? So, but if they're going to do more, make more jobs, have lower gas, lower taxes, more safety, then that's a guy you vote for. But they're all electronic now, or you mail it in. So it's like we almost have no control over it. Speak about it as you do, but with abortion. So now you have from the creator, the moment of conception, God is light. Here's a light. That's life. Then there's cell division, right? It continues on. They've convinced people with words, God is the word, the devil's against God, so he's going to pervert the word. So he gets people questioning in the Planned Parenthood, which they're planning for you not to be a parent, is what it is, right? So you roll in. My wife used to work for these guys way back, like volunteer, and worked at a shelter for battered women. So now they're going to say, is every child a wanted child? Right? And you're like, holy shit, I'm unmarried, or I banged this black guy, and I'm an executive. I got drunk and horny, and now I'm fucking pregnant. Everybody knows I'm not married. So now they start questioning, is every child a wanted child, right? Now you book the appointment, or later on you call and you say, listen, before I come in, like, I was thinking maybe I shouldn't have this. I don't know. And they're like, well, it's just a grouping of cells. There's nothing to worry. It's like burning off a wart with compound W or nitrogen, whatever. And you're like, oh, okay. So there's the word attack, right? hold on. When I came in, it was, is every child a wanted child? You're putting the question in my head. Yea, hath God said that ye may not eat of the trees of the fruit of the trees of the garden. Like, that's the question. The question is the assault, right? That's the indentation, that if you don't know the truth, you're already moved off of it. So now you have intelligent people, whether they're a genius girl, 15 and pregnant with their first boyfriend, or a date rape, or an uncle, or who the fuck knows. A lot of times rape even shifts, right? It's like when you got home late, it suddenly became rape. You were having a great time up until then because you were ovulating and horny and he was hitting all the right buttons. It became rape later. So now you can have someone successful that knows better. They're going to say, oh, well, if it's a grouping of cells, yeah, well, I might as well smoke it, right? So now they have partial birth abortion. And up to a day or more later in some states, you can now
just to be clear,
decide.
You're a pro-lifer like me, or?
Oh, dude, I'm like the most pro-life guy on earth right now, right? Like,
all right, so
I get
okay, you said it
unfriended
was
left, right,
political
and center.
theater. I'm just confused. You said it was political theater, but this is a real issue.
Mm.
So how can I make sure that the right candidate gets in office? I got to pick a candidate that holds my same values.
Well,
okay. You'll
And
never
in order
know
to do that, I need to
because,
spread awareness. Where can I spread the awareness at for free? Social media.
Okay. Yeah. And you're doing it that way? No, it's good. But let's get back to abortion.
So it's not
how many
abortions theater at
all?
Well,
how many abortions?
Hold on.
A year.
I think the biggest stumble we've got here with Nemesis is his idea, the political theater. He cares deeply about abortion, and because of that care, it's drawn him into the belief that one evil is somehow better than a different evil.
Okay, yeah. And again, but in practical terms, if they can stop it, if Black lives really matter to blacks, then
there you go. How efficient is the candidate? Sorry to interrupt, but that's a good way of looking at it.
So these are the things. So in that sense, he's right in engaging that. But I think you should also say, like, listen, it's fixed. Like, everybody knows that what's his name down in Florida in 2000 or whenever it was, won that election, and they fucked around. And everybody knows that there's all kinds of tampering with the amount of ballots and how they're mailed in, how the stamps are licked, so.
OT, exactly. And here, this kind of brings us to the idea of the future and Nemesis. This is what differentiates me from many others. Paul is of the mind, throw the politics out. Don't participate in the voting. Don't participate in the courts. Don't participate. I understand that. But because the government still exists, because the society is still how it is, well, there's still wars going on. There's still abortions happening. There's still murder happening. So I am pro-life as well. I've been pro-choice most of my life. And I still I teeter in that realm because of the injustice I see in this society. It's criminal. The economic and political systems are criminal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
and they were back when Jesus exposed it.
Yep.
Like, you figure he's been exposing them ahead of time for centuries in prophecy.
Yes.
Right? He's born the way it says he's going to be born, right? And then the lowest of the low are sent to him. Right? Yep. The heavenly host appear to all the kooks that can't get jobs anywhere else. They're watching someone else's sheep in the middle of the fucking night. They're like, guys, the king of the world, the newborn king's here. Get your asses over here, right? There's a fucking star right above it. We're taught that stars form out of a big accidental fart in outer space. where everything was shot out at one time, but it was all randomly disorganized throughout eons of fucking space, right? It's a near perfect vacuum.
Yeah.
So all of this stuff by accident had to overcome all the known and proven natural laws of physics in order to form what they tell us formed, right? Gas clouds gravitationally attracting in themselves. Gravity is a theory still, right? Like, what are you talking about? Boyle's law still holds. How are you going to get gas exploding into a star that emits measurable EMFs and radiation
what I'm trying
with
to
no
say
air?
is this, right? In order to
Okay.
connect with people, in order to spread awareness, there has to be layers to it, don't it, Jack? Like, doesn't it have to be like, I don't want to talk about politics, but they do. So I talk about it because I'll be like, well, I have an opinion about this and I agree with them. And I know, I don't really want to participate. I do it to be social because I feel led as a social animal. I do think there is a lot of social diseases, and I know you know what I'm talking about. Paul might not understand what a social disease is, but because he has one, it's whenever you are basically on a path that will lead you to, well, Paul, and I can seem like he might become wealthy or even more. I think, didn't he used to have like 33,000? They shut him down, so he's going to make it no matter what.
Well, who
But
cares?
people
I hope
like
the guy
us,
becomes a billionaire, right?
yeah, but people like us, like, they demon. You don't understand, Jack. They demonize you. You know, they done the same thing to me. They make me out to be a demon. They make you out to be a demon. They hate and troll you, Jack.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
I'm just saying, you have conflicts. If you've done any research, you know people are hating on me just like you.
I believe that. And this is what's interesting. OT he mentioned earlier, he's having this experience where people are reacting to him. Nemesis, you and we've got some similar traits. And Jesus, you've been here quiet. You're welcome to pop in.
Hey, is that Mexican Jesus, the happy Jesus guy?
No, I haven't seen him for a while.
So it's just us, because
Just us.
Yeah.
yeah. I don't want y'all guys to be programmed. I'm gonna take all of that.
Yeah, go ahead. Take me out of my program.
Well, first of all, saying the name right, using your actual faculties.
The name of what?
What you see with your own two eyes.
Just us? No, I did see it. Just us. No, I did see that. I did see that before. I was going to make a comment when you were quiet, right? But then because Jack said it, I thought he knew you, so I said, okay, I'll go with Jesus then, right?
Yeah. No, I don't know.
But that's the program. So you're a follower.
Okay, so
OT. So you're a follower.
Everything's a program. You're speaking in a program now. What's wrong with the programming?
Well, it's a difference.
You don't have language program. We're not communicating, though.
It's a difference.
What programming are you witnessing?
So it's a difference. One is a follower and one is a leader. Two different things. So that's why I say OT displayed the following part to it. Because he sees someone did it, like if Jack jumped off the mountain.
For one moment, to allow the conversation to flow, he assumed I knew what I was talking about. So let's not jump to conclusions, just us.
No, but Jess, like, is it just us now, right? Because it could be slang, like that's how I was gonna. Yeah, but that's how I was gonna punk you when I saw it the first time, right? So I'm happy that you're black, right? So I'm like, okay, I was right, man. Just us, right? Now, but you can get right into it with, like, if you've detected something in me where you think I'm mind controlled in some way, don't hold back. Like, let me know what it is that you think I'm like. You're not going to offend me, so just like get right to it, man.
Originally, you stated that you thought it was just us, but you allow someone to take you off your conscious mind, put you into the subconscious, and allow
big deal.
You say it's a big deal. That's fine. Like you talk earlier about what is life, right? You talk about the conception of the sperm and the egg, but the sperm itself is life. The sperm itself is alive. The
Okay.
life is actually animation. Anything that's animated is alive. So the sperm
Fair enough.
itself
Hold on. The
is
cartoons
alive.
are alive now. Cartoons are alive.
We're talking about with my electrical magnetic frequency. That's what we're talking about. Things that has actually energy that came from the sun. That's what we're talking about. That's what it means to be alive.
Okay.
Every living thing have sun energy from it. If you
Okay.
don't have it, it ain't alive.
Sure.
So
You think all energy comes from the sun?
anything that is natural come from the sun that has electrical magnetic energy.
He's
Now
a
you do
sun
have
worshiper. He's a sun worshiper.
Okay, like the
see,
SUN
okay.
SUN worshiper, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
All right.
that's the next person who decides to be a follower. That when they hear people say certain things, they decide to
No,
call
but
them
the only
affiliate
okay
too.
is the sun a ball of gas that shoots out solar flares for millions of miles?
Here, before we get
So
off into this, let me bring us back, okay? Because just us, what I see is happening is what I consider an egoic pattern where maybe, certainly to some aspect, you're right about OT for a moment there was a follower. But then you jump to the conclusion that he's subjected to programming. And then you're making a big deal out of something kind of not relevant. Welcome.
no, I changed it. I changed
Jaron.
it to what it means to be alive, which is
Hey, Kieran.
animation,
Yeah.
right?
Yes,
So
yes.
I'm
And
off the program.
the sun gives the animation, and the
But-
sun is your god. Wait, yes.
Right. And so you're right. You did just that, which is deflecting. And I'm not sure where the relevance is. I mean, I thought that because the
Because
claim
we were
was
talking about
made that OT was
abortion.
under programming, and then you're getting into the energy. It seems you're more intent on proving people wrong.
Jess,
No.
can
I'm
living
adding to
organisms
what
live without the sun? Jess, can living organisms live without the sun?
I was adding
Okay.
towards what he was stating.
Thank
When
you.
we talking about it, he talking about abortion. So
Mhm.
it doesn't just start at fertilization, because I know the egg is dormant until a spark of life hit it and cause animation to happen. But what I'm
Okay.
saying is the sperm itself is also like prior to that. So I'm just backtracking to where it actually starts from the sperm, not the actual conception itself.
Okay.
Okay,
So
can there
what's
be a
the
kid
point?
born without a sperm, without an XY chromosome?
You tell me. You bringing it up?
Where is the
I'm
what is the
asking
point?
you. I'm
The
testing
sperm
you.
is not a
I'm
human. The sperm is not a
testing.
human. Only it becomes
Right.
human whenever it's zygote. It's a
Well,
zygote.
OT asks where life starts. He didn't say it was a
Okay.
human starts.
Good God.
Okay, so now when you look up life, anything that's animated could be considered part of life. Sperm is animated; it moves.
The sperm's not a
Okay.
human, dude.
So what?
Dude, there's
So
rocks
what?
in the desert that move hundreds of meters at not every year, but they move. You're telling me the rocks are alive?
Everything is vibrates.
Life is
Vibration
what we
isn't
are.
life. It's animation.
There you go.
Animation's not life.
Life.
Consciousness
Hey.
is.
No,
OT.
you mentioned a rock, so I'm just telling you everything vibrates. I never say it's life.
All right.
No,
Just
but
us.
when did I say everything does vibrates? Like vibrates how?
OT, hold on, please.
Mhm.
The new guest, I don't think we've met. I want to welcome you. I'm not sure how to say your name. Welcome. You introduce yourself. Can we hear you?
Kieran, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
Are you on mute?
He got to talk louder. He's not.
Oh yeah, turn it up. Yeah. Well, maybe his wife is sleeping, right? So.
Yeah.
No, it's late where he is, right?
Brother, I'm sorry. There's no audio coming through. I tried to turn you up all the way. I'm not sure what's going
Here,
on.
and jump out and jump back in. See if that'll reset the volume. But make sure make sure your speaker's not covered up wherever it's,
Yeah, got you. Okay.
Like, are you on the laptop?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little better now. Maybe if you come closer to the actual speaker, it'll be better.
Yeah. Is
Yes,
that any
no,
better?
not to the speaker,
There we
to the
go.
mic.
Much
Yeah,
better.
we're good. Yeah, we hear you now.
Yeah. Just out of range of the mic, maybe.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So, Kieran is how you say my name, Jack.
Thank you. Kieran. Welcome.
Kieran.
Welcome
Yeah.
to did something draw you up? I didn't mean to interrupt what was going on, but I wanted to be respectful for your arrival. And
Thank you. Appreciate that. I just got the link from OT, and I just went through the steps, and I didn't realize I was going to come in straight onto the live. But
Oh, okay, great. Yeah.
it's a new forum, OT. Is it that you're participating in?
It's my first time. I got invited on a different forum last night.
Yeah.
So every day it's something different.
That's great. Yeah, I love what you were saying the other night, that we're a stream of consciousness, and when you drop the kind of self-image burden that you're just what you're actually streaming at any given moment, that's when you're at your most spontaneous.
Oh yeah. I mean, but this is typically how I live my life, right? And like, okay, here's something, right? So back, what time is it now? 9:30. Okay, so 6 hours ago, this hum comes to me. La 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 la. La 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 la. Everybody's looking for a love. Everybody's looking for relationship extraction. Everybody's looking to belong. Everybody's looking for intimacy. Into me, do you see togetherness? Pardon? Or just sex? Is there trust and security? Do you protect and do you affect me? Is the shared experience of our attention the prioritization of emotional connection? Do we have joint goals, romance, and significance? Is there kindness, respect, and dedication? Is there excitement, honesty?
I don't know what's going on.
Is there engagement and self-esteem? Is there acceptance or just company?
I think it's that dude, Jess.
Not to be lonely, it's the business of the exchange of living as we live and decompose back into our fertilizer bits as the
It's
dust
gotta be
in the
clearing
wind.
then.
Do you really love me, or do you love the idea of you? Do you really love me? Do you know what you are? Do you see into me? Are we having intimacy? Love is the top of all things. Why can't you see that light? Boop, 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 boop. So it's all the things we talked about. Boop, boop, boop. Love is the purpose of life. Right?
Please.
Love is the purpose of life, dude.
Okay. Yes.
We have 73.81 million babies killed by their mother.
Hey, here's the deal. Can we get back to something I'd like to talk about? Seriously, the future. We can create a world where secrets are not legal. where the governments and the corporations, where the employees of the governments or corporations are not conspiring against all of us.
Right. Transparency.
So what I say with that is that's a great thing that happens, that people are being led, and it's definitely people need to be led until they wake up, because prior to waking up, it's like having a child. You have to
I'm
lead a child.
encouraging, actually, just us, this stream, what I'm talking about, this world without secrets, it happens when people start waking the fuck up. This is our world.
Hey,
This
Jack, is it that?
our world?
I'm sorry to
Right.
interject, Jack, but Paul also called me a child. I think this kind of narcissistic mythology has a common denominator.
Well, but again, look at it in a times perspective, right? Versus like big areas of time. You know, even if you live to be 100, it's a blip on the radar screen. So I've never read anywhere that the Creator, God, has any grandkids.
No, I'm
So
not talking
you
about
are
that,
a child.
OT.
You are a
OT, I
child,
ain't
right?
talking about that. I'm talking about.
Oh, childish. You mean he's immature?
No,
you
he's
mean?
saying that until we know his truth, we are the children. Like Paul thinks that we are.
Oh, that he's
little
above.
kids.
He's already made a hierarchy. Okay.
Yes, a hierarchy. And so Paul thinks he's better than everyone until they get onto his truth. And then
Well,
he
you
considers
threaten
you an
his
equal.
position, right? Yeah.
So just us, he's displaying the exact same behavior by calling Jack. He's like,
No, I did not.
you're like a
No, I did
child
not.
needing to be led until you get woke up by the truth. That's the exact same thing Paul said, but it was about a different thing.
That's not what I'm
He
saying.
recanted. He said, yeah, he changed his thing. He said, no, like
no.
time for leading,
I never
right?
got to finish. If you don't hear the whole thing, you can't assume what it is.
Okay.
So I'm saying is that society itself need to have something in place to lead them until they become on their own mentally an adult, because we all first have a childlike perception, because we choose not to say, let me go work for myself, let me go build my own business, let me do for self. So you are asking someone for help, you are asking someone to be underneath them, you are asking someone to lead you. I'm speaking.
What are you talking about?
Okay, let me see. That's what I'm saying. Every
You're
time
right. You're talking without a point. I'm hearing an
I am
ego
talking
just
with a point.
talking things he thinks he knows.
Okay, well, get to the point, Jess. Get to the point. You think we're midwits that we're following? Get to the point.
Right.
As long as you decide to be under anything, whether it's a job or some leadership, you are considered a minor or a child until you choose
dude,
to say,
if
"I'm going
someone's
to
paying me, if someone's paying me to do something for him, I expect him to be the informant of my duties that I agree to by showing up and taking the fucking money."
So again, I'm not again. If you decide to open up your own business,
dude,
and then
you're
they pay you to do something, that's your business.
narrow-minded definitions. Okay. Seriously.
He's saying only CEOs reach adulthood. Only CEOs.
Well, again, that's part of the divisiveness of the disunity and disharmony in the world, right? Is that hierarchy?
Hey, if you're not a CEO, you're a child, apparently.
According to
but we're supposed to be our own CEO. We're supposed to be called no man on earth your father, except your father in heaven, right?
Hold on, please. Thank you. I keep interrupting, and I appreciate you guys allowing it. We got another guest here, and he's been part of the conversation. So maybe we can get clarity on some of the questions that were raised. Welcome, Paul Unslaved. Good to see you, brother.
Jack, you were being very combative to that man when he was talking about a personal accountability and responsibility to life on life's term.
I didn't notice that.
Yes, you were.
Huh.
He noticed it just like I did, and he was the one who was on the receiving end of it.
It's an interesting narrative because all I saw was an interruption with stuff I really didn't see as relevant. And the conclusion that was being presented is that if you work for a job willingly even, then you're of a child. And that's a huge leap and a stretch of facts with a very, very narrow view and definition. So
I think there's a point in there, though, to tease apart that the majority, as you like to say, of the masses, they like to enjoy the benefits and privileges of doing the minimums within the culture and society, but never want to rise to any occasion and compete or outperform their peers.
That's what I'm talking about.
Understand here, right? So you two are sharing the same story, and what I'm offering of this mindset of what Jesus was saying earlier is that to be a man, you got to go do everything on your own, and that's a.
I never said on your own.
No one said on their own.
Oh my God! All right,
it's interdependent.
I never said that.
It's not codependent. It's
right.
interdependent.
Okay, then we have no disagreements. Why are you guys arguing? Fuck. I mean,
that was a strange characterization that we had disagreements when you were the one disagreeing and getting angry, seemingly.
Well, I was just trying to bring relevance because
it's because you're really confusing, Paul, because we don't understand you.
Right, I know you don't understand. It's really difficult to understand that the majority of folks.
But how come I understand everything he says? How come I understand everything he says?
Yeah, I understand.
Well, I mean, I
haven't been confused one moment
of capable
I
understand him, and that's kind of the game we're playing, right?
I broke him down for us, but what I'm trying to explain to Paul is that he needs to tell us himself. Like, he believes that we should not have license plate. We should not participate in what the government tells us to do.
Did I say that?
Not in the written law. That's what you say. Yes.
You listened to me for a year and a half and somehow came up with that conclusion of a narrative.
He came over, I believe, honestly, trying to understand what the basis of what you're offering.
How do you make someone understand who seemingly never understands?
Paul, you're not easy to follow, and you do offer contradictions, and people do. I don't know.
Yes, this realm is the realm of duality and paradox.
Look, I'll go down to your level. Explain it to me like I am a child, because I don't understand
there's
for
some
real.
folks who are not fit, apparently, to govern themselves. They show that consistently or manage their own affairs completely. Therefore, someone steps in to do that process to their perspective or best of their ability. So that's what you have going on with one group of people. There are other group of folks like me who contend I not only am able to, I have the knowledge of and can communicate how to govern oneself effectively without the presupposition that I need a superfluous entity to come in and do it for me. So I use some big words there, but
and I explained why that methodology
is. There's two types of people. There's winners in life and losers.
Sure. And I explained to the panel why that is an error, and you weren't here, so I'll repeat it. Yeah, and that's true, but why would you want to waste your time getting pulled over and over again by the police?
Why would you want to
get to the police over and over and over again?
Choice being told what to do for your own safety that always leads to your own genocide and enslavement. I could ask you the equal opposite.
You're asking me to waste my time.
That's the thing. You presume that to someone like me, the God force,
I'm gonna get pulled over every time.
You presume that to someone like me or the God force that your life and time isn't already a waste.
Well, hey, right. We get to choose where we direct our time, and Nemesis is recognizing if I follow
Jack, this is bad advice. I have to just call him out. Do not remove your license plate, people. Don't do that.
Hey, Nemesis, I don't agree with you.
No, unless you know what you're doing and you're prepared, right? Like you can't say don't do it because I'm dying to do it. It's just I'd rather get to where I'm going under the radar and without having a radar gun pointed at me.
Right.
Especially if I never commit a crime. Crimes are only committed if there's property damage or death.
We're all one self. Right? We all tremble before violence, coercion, and duress. And we're all called to do what's true and what's right beyond our fears and insecurities. Some answer the call.
You don't find violence invigorating and
it's very simple.
Hey, guys, we only live right now, and it's only going to be right now. We'll deal with the enforcement and we'll deal with the authority when it happens in our lives. Now, until it happens in my life, and when I get pulled over, I'm perfectly prepared to deal with the conversations and the communication, and hopefully have an educating and enlightening conversation with the employee who does so, right? Kind of like Paul had some successful conversations. But in the meantime, let's see what we can do to change the rules by actually going into these offices and these boardrooms, the wherever, the meeting rooms, and saying, hey, what is going on? This is not right. And here's what we can do.
Mm-hmm.
There's lots of things we can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, my wife's doing that. She goes to the library, takes out all the books on the propaganda that they indoctrinate the kids, that poses all the questions that the kids themselves won't be asking for another 5-6 years. Are you sure you're a boy? Are you sure you're a girl? She'll read them on the internet, just what it says. And then she'll go back to the library and buy the book. And they're like, no, just return it. She's like, no, I don't want this in circulation. She homeschooled all our kids. She still does this. She runs 8 businesses.
This is what our people can do. We can start looking out for each other, start educating each other, and actually, I believe we can stop competing and start lifting each other up.
Hey,
Why did
that
that
what
person-
OT
why
just
did
said,
that
that's
person-
genius.
Why did that-
Homeschool your kids. That's genius, OT.
Why did that
Yeah,
person?
no, it was.
I'll see
Pardon?
you guys later. I just did 3.5 hours. Jack, I just wanted to stop by.
Oh no,
and
but I
kinda
wanted to
check
ask you
in.
specifically, Paul. Is like my mom's gonna be 80 in a couple of weeks. How would I tell her, or what would you say to her about getting rid of the plates? And then there was another thing I wanted to ask. Anyway, as you explain that, maybe it'll come to me again. Oh, I wanted to ask you what to do in another circumstance in relation to an arrest, but just briefly, for someone first time even hearing about taking your plates off and returning the ownership and claiming your own sovereignty basically over, it's a vehicle you paid for. It's your money. You went to work, you paid for it. It's fully paid.
And that's it.
Why is another?
There?
Yeah, why are they giving you an ownership for what you already own, right?
There's nothing that Paul Enslaved knows that you don't know. You have to just remind yourself and others of that. So, your heart space is your indicator of who and what you are and what you're not. And if you follow that, I suggest that you'll be all right in faith. What's going to happen in between? Right. Probably a wild ride. And what else are we here for, if you really look at it?
What, then, a wild ride?
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. We continually create drama and issues and problems day to day that don't even have to happen just to create a wild ride. So I say, why not go on the wild ride and track that's already put down
and provoke something like this or whatever, see what happens.
I can't talk if you're going to talk over me. You go, I go. You go, I go. That's usually how court goes. That's usually how courting goes. Man, woman, man, man.
So Paul,
animal even.
You asked what else we have for to expand our consciousness. That's our number one goal. Everything that falls underneath that.
Amen.
Right. You can't expand your consciousness until you expand your boundaries of fear.
Okay, we are also here to reproduce.
I'll see you later, Jack. I love you, bud. I can't handle the asylum creatures. I would talk one-on-one with you or with this other guy.
No, but here's the thing. Before you jump, hold on. Before you jump like a pussy, answer this question.
Tell me before I go. Please, Jack wants to get me out of his hair, I'm sure, and continue back on. And there's no point in keeping me if you're just going to disrespect whatever I'm doing and saying.
Paul, please don't receive disrespect. You've put in a long day. I appreciate. I don't like it when we talk over each other as well. There was OT. I just really got to meet OT and some of the others here on the panel myself today. So Whatever you want to do, you're welcome. I would love to have conversations, but
Yeah, it's not even. It's
tired,
not.
we'll do it
Yeah,
another
it's.
day. And even I'm sorry to do this. Even with OT, I'll recommend your panel. I introduced your link to him today, and so you'll know he can visit you another time.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's
Right.
probably more on me right now, Jack. Right? I haven't eaten. It's getting late. I'm probably a bit hangry. Right? I need a Snickers.
I understand.
So, you know, I take my leave before I do too much damage to myself or others. Right?
I honor that. Honor that.
All right. I appreciate you, Jack.
Respect to you.
I'll see you later.
Thank you. Sorry about that, guys.
Oh no, that's okay.
Cool.
Well, I just wanted to ask him, like with the rights, because he said something, I forget what it was. Like what you do when the cops actually do something illegally and unlawfully, what his recommendation was going to be. So he segued and set it up perfectly, right? By, but again, he said he's tired, he'd rather plow, and that's cool, right?
He's got videos where he's shown, and he'll explain. I encourage you, if you can swing by his stream, pay him a visit.
Oh yeah. When Nemesis was talking about him, I was thinking, when I have time, I'll do it. I've watched stuff like that for hours, right? Like I like the stuff that Paul is doing, like the lack of the plates, because when you do think about it, you're like, I worked hard, I bought this car, I paid for it, and I got to come over here, pay extra tax, get a license plate, pay for the plate, pay for the sticker, pay for the little printed thing and the sticker on the back, and I got to do it every year, and then I got to take picture ID. Everybody's worried about these cards with facial recognition. Dude, how long have you had your picture on your driver's license? They already know what you look like, guy.
OT, this is the thing. The rules and the regulations, they've gotten out of control. It is a demonic force that people have chosen to believe has power, the power of authority, and this illusion of authority is what continues this stinking monopoly game, where the bankers are just printing on that friggin' money wheel.
Here's the thing: people don't really know what money is.
That's been a big struggle trying to communicate as well. I mean,
but
here's where we are.
Bank managers that have done it for 30 years, if you ask them to explain money, they're at a total loss.
People don't stop to think about it. They just regurgitate what was said. And
well, that's what I liked where Jess was going, because he was making the implication that we weren't doing that, right? So I wanted a bit of a brush up on where I was lacking, because I want people to point out the mistakes where I'm at. Just because I speak convincingly when I know I'm right doesn't mean I'm not open to correction. Absolutely. You have to withstand my line of questioning in order to maintain the integrity of how you want to re-inform me, because I'm not going to let go of something I've tested myself for something else based on vague terms or a whim, which everybody seems willing to do. They're all like, you know what I mean? You'll find your whatever, your path, your journey. When they say they get channeled messages, they don't know these are trodden areas of communication, linking energetic realms, man. Like they don't get this, like the importance of it, right?
Brother, I assume you've pictured it. And what was it? Charian? Is that how it's
Kieran, Jack.
Charian. You know what? There's something perfect that brings everything together. And if OT invited you, I'm guessing, or you found your way through here, I'm guessing you've got some awareness and consciousness too. So
yeah, he does.
Here's where we are. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, Jack, the first currency is consciousness or awareness. So how we're streaming that in real time creatively rather than predestinedly, that we're going to have inevitable conflict or clashes. So how do we converge on a creative outcome where we're
Let me get you to
creating
repeat.
solutions.
So first currency is consciousness, and then what was the rest? The first currency is consciousness, and then, dude, would you have 3.5 grams? You did, didn't you? People like to watch me when they're on mushrooms. I seem to be kind of the height of a spirit having a human experience
dude,
while they're on mushrooms.
Dude, I wasn't gonna say anything, but dude, you kind of look like a garden gnome right now with the glasses. And
Yeah,
the
I do.
hat,
I do.
dude.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. It's my cover page. One of my fans actually put it up, and I'm like, this is great. I'm going to sell 1 million of these one day. You know, garden gnomes in OT shape, right? So,
Hey,
regarding. Sorry, Jack. I was going to expand on that. Like, in the sleep state, we're in this unattached, pure creativity, but we're in a dream in the waking state too. It's just one dream, so we can choreograph outcomes if we consciously are on the edge of the currency of awareness.
Awareness, so consciousness, and awareness.
Yeah, we're dreaming in the waking state. So do you remember, OT? You went up to it was kind of funny because you were live streaming. You went up and you got the wrong order at the burger joint.
Yeah.
And you got frustrated. I was just watching OT on a live, and you were being meticulously rational with her, that you stated that you were going to give me a cheaper deal if I took this, and it was going. It's cost me more, and you were getting frustrated. But I was like that the other day. I went into this Circle K is the petroleum, the petroleum company here, and they decided to cut the gas price by 15 cents a liter. And
it's big, right?
Like a locust horde descended on it, and my wife said to me as we were driving up the slip, "There's a sale on in the gas station," and I said, I thought she was talking nonsense, because what could you sell cheaply? I thought it was like, that maybe it's like car cleaning products.
Or something else, like the upsell after the draw of the cheap gas prices, you mean? Right?
Yeah, I thought it was other products that when she used the terminology of sale, and I thought products, but it was cheap gas for 15 cents less a liter. So I was committed and I couldn't get back out, and I tried to reverse the lineup.
Where's Jess? You were being a follower. Where's Jess now?
So there was hundreds of cars, and I tried to turn around. This guy came up, and I felt totally trapped. He was trying to direct, and he says, "You've got to go forward and work your way through it for the cheap gas." But it was just at that moment I was losing it. It was like falling down with Michael Douglas.
That's the angry guy with the briefcase. Okay.
Yeah. Why are you digging this road up? You dug it up 15 times this year. When you catch yourself falling down, do you know what I mean? That you can actually realize it in that moment and say, well, how do I fucking tone this down and cool out a bit?
That's the key.
Yeah.
He's saying that we live to reiterate, he's saying that we live in a dreamlike state, a collective dreamlike state, and that we as people together are responsible to change our own reality, as evidenced in video games and entertainment. And we also know that we are able to act out roles such as being a father, mother, and we have roles in society. And this place is the collective dreamscape. Now, outside of this collective dreamscape, outside of society, there's just the wilderness, which is survival of the fittest, which is what Paul preaches. So this is what he's reiterating. I'm pretty sure.
But was that ever true? That was just a program we got in cartoons in school from the strangers our parents spent their whole lives dropping us off to and telling us never to talk to them, that had complete control over our physiology. Like if you're thirsty, if you had to take a shit or a piss, you had to put your hand up, and if the teacher didn't like you, you were screwed. If you
Right.
went to the bathroom, then there's all kinds of other answers you got to give for doing physiological actions that you
I don't
need to
think you
do to
quite
stay alive.
understand what we're up against.
Here,
And I don't mean to
Yeah,
cut you
it's
off, but
deep. Yeah,
you don't
yeah.
understand quite what we're up against. We're up against, in my opinion, since I'm a Christian, we're up against the devil himself. It's
right.
whatever.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nemesis, can I please jump in here? I mean,
Mhm.
when it was first brought up, the power of consciousness, what I was trying to get to is there's a perfect order, right? There's a perfect order and a perfection that brought us all here today, even today.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
so I encourage these conversations of today and every day we should be paying attention to, because just like Jesus was 2,000 years ago, seeing through the corruption, seeing through the lies, knowing the truth of our Father, of the creation and the power of love, just
Mhm.
like he was, we are. We're here in this world right now where it is aching for change. It's aching for compassion, love. It's
All of
aching for us.
creation groaneth. All of creation groaneth. It's like, you know,
Yeah.
another day, another grind, another.
Okay, you are trying, Jack. You are good intention trying to build people up. What we're up
Mhm.
against are people who's trying to tear things down.
Right.
What we're up
That
against,
is within
Jack,
every single person, and we only exist right now. So right now, I'm up against nothing. I am sharing space with other people who are like-minded, who care about the world we live in, who care about what is true. And Nemesis, you're right. It is a spiritual battle. It's not limited to a religion, and it's not limited to a book. It is a spiritual battle between the light and the dark, between that which is true and that which is not. God is
if we don't, like Paul, if we do not stop arguing and start fighting the enemy, they're coming. The enemy is coming. The enemy is organized. The enemy has no
here.
division.
It's
And
here.
the enemy is prepared to slaughter all of us, just like that woman did in Tennessee. They hate us.
Well,
And here's the
if we're
problem,
going to
Jack.
have enemies, we should have clarity, right?
Jack, here's the problem. And let me explain. You are trying to build people. What would you
Right.
say to me if I told you that I'm a woman trapped inside a man's body? What could you possibly tell me that would be like, no, listen, you
Hey,
need to find
Nemesis. Hey, Nemesis.
peace within.
Nemesis. I deal with what is true. So do you want to spend time in imagination, or do you want to spend time with me with what is real?
That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. There's a war
Okay.
on truth.
Right. And the war, many of the wars are in our minds. Many of the wars are imagined. And right now you're imagining people with gender identification issues or confusion. And unless you are, do you have some confusion about who you are and what you are? Otherwise, I don't know the relevance.
The relevance is this: there's an army building up to destroy this country.
It's
And it's
already
been
here.
growing and it's been growing.
Yeah.
It's here.
It's the spiritual battle. Let's get out of your thoughts of people and bodies and form and the military.
Like that military officer, he destroyed that satanic temple thing, and like they're coming to our front doorstep now.
Well, I don't see that now. So let's come back into
Did
reality.
you hear about that in the news?
No, I don't
No.
believe anything I see on the news anyway, right? Because that's the whole thing. I don't know if this satanic temple you just mentioned is real. They've got footage of this. Now they have the thought that's going to turn into a projected reality in people's heads, keeping them in a lower vibration of fear, right? It's the opposite of light and truth. So now the screen, all this is that we're talking on now, it's just a flattened crystal ball. We're scrying. We're trying to divine yesterday, tomorrow. What will happen if the satanic people come right to our fucking door? Well, I'm the light. That's who I fucking want here, isn't it? Now?
Right.
Like this is what it says in the scripted script.
There you
right?
go. Thank you, OT. That's beautiful. Yes, we are the light. Let the darkness.
Yeah.
Let it come.
It's like bring it. Either God's my father and he's the light and he knows what the fuck's going on, or he doesn't. And my ass is hash. You know. I'm pretty much I consider myself incompetent anyway, right? If my car breaks down a little too much, I don't know what to do. If my cell phone, you guys knock it off the table.
If the hurricane comes, let it come.
Yeah.
That man on a boat that says he's here to rescue me, I sent him back because God's going to stand up to that storm. And buddies, my name is OT, and I'm going to stand on my house, and God's going to take care of that storm.
Yeah, those guys.
And OT, when you get to heaven, and you ask God, why did you not save me, Lord? He says,
I send you all those guys. Yeah. But that's what it is, right? It's Christians. The second you identify yourself as a Christian to me or say, oh, yeah, the Bible's this way, it's like, okay, this cat has not read the Holy Scriptures the way that God has written in the Holy Scriptures to read them, right? So it's like now we're even into the attack on the word where there's only one copy in this language that we're speaking and everybody's against it, including the most fundamentalist pastors.
Well, I know you read books. I know you read magazines. Do you keep up with the news?
No. Like, did that Julian Assange guy die recently?
Why don't you keep up with the news?
Because I'm busy doing important stuff, right? Everything I do, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, has an effect on people for whatever reason.
Okay, well, let me inform you then. Let me give you a news scoop. There was people having gay sex in the Senate.
Yeah,
but that stratifies you against gay guys, and then if they're adults, why is it my business?
Because that's never happened before in history. But yeah.
Nemesis.
Well, there's no new thing under the sun now, right?
OT, hold on, just a sec. OT is one, and I get it. Doesn't give much time to the news, and really takes a lot of it with a grain of salt. That's wise. I do pay attention to the news. I take it with a grain of salt, but I trust a lot of the devastation I'm seeing may be real. And the news about someone videotaping sex in a house of the Capitol, seriously, that is just inflammatory news for the purpose of getting people fired up.
Yeah, stratified, distracted, divisive.
It works. It does.
Right.
As well, we should be divided, OT.
Okay, well, hey, Nemesis, you continue believing the division and follow the path of Lucifer, who wants to divide.
But
I follow the path of Jesus. I'm a conservative Christian.
You should figure out what is true about what you're claiming then. Okay? Because a follower of Christ is not, you know what? I'm not going to argue.
But you should say, here's the thing. The Holy Scriptures don't even tell you to be, if you're a Gentile, a follower of Christ. It specifically tells you to be a follower of Paul. How many of them are doing that?
Here's the thing. I respect all the opinions, but at the end of the day, I don't care. I'm going to knock down that
quoting you scriptures.
temple.
It's not OT's opinion. What you're arguing with is what's written in the book you claim to believe.
You can say whatever you want, but
I'm saying exactly word for word what God says. I'm saying
if someone builds a satanic temple, I'm going to knock it down. And I'm righteous to do so.
But who told you that? Jesus told you to love your enemies. Why are you going to knock it down?
Thank you. Well, he's saying this so he can feel righteous in his indignation, because that's what the egoic wants.
Yeah. It's just another trap of ego that now the nice guy, he's the bad guy too. He's no different, right?
Just political theater. Nothing to see here, right, OT? Just political theater. Abortion. It's just political theater.
How about, please, let's take a chill just for a moment. right? Let's come back into the present.
Nah, that gay sex tape wasn't real, Jack. That was AI generated.
Hey, Nemesis.
Who knows? Who knows?
Join us here in this present moment, or recognize that you are not part of reality. Okay? In this moment, there is no sex tape. In this moment, there is no cross dressers or anything that you're so offended by. Guys, this is what you're demonstrating, my friend, is the conditioning of this world that has us so divided, thinking our opinions are so fucking important. Dude, don't judge. It makes life so much more simple. If you can just accept, yeah, there was some people who did inappropriate things in the Capitol. You know what? Look at what the congressmen and women are doing every day. That shit is inappropriate. I'm more offended about the employees doing their jobs than the employees screwing each other in the ass. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah,
if they were on lunch break, good for them.
I want them to do their jobs. I want them to do their jobs, Jack. Instead, they're disrespecting the process.
Right. Well, the
but
process
politics is fucking everybody in the ass. They were doing their jobs. They had it on tape. Why aren't you happy? Like they're fulfilling their job of fucking everyone in the ass.
I do understand where Nemesis is coming from. I believe he's a man who holds some pride in where he's from and what the nation is supposed to be, and to disrespect the offices. I understand his passion and judgment. I do.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome, EBT.
Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing tonight?
Feeling blessed, man. This is going into a long stream for me, but I'm feeling good and having fun.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys are arguing about the Iowa Capitol satanic fucking bullshit or whatever. I guess that's what you guys are going on about. Is that what McNemesis is talking about?
Yeah.
Is he upset about that? Can I share? Can I share something?
I'm big mad about it.
Okay, can I share something that's actually been in the Iowa State Capitol building since its construction that is like so much more satanic than some kind of glass fucking ram's head with some fucking candles? Like, I mean, like, hold on, Jack. Let me see if I can share my screen.
You're gonna have to blow up every public and historical building, right? If you're gonna do that, right?
Okay, so here's a cover I made for the stream where I'm gonna cover some of this satanic symbolism that already exists within this Capitol building. But look, in the right-hand corner here, next to the glass ram's head guy, what do you see? You have a naked boy slave who is covering up the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, of course, right?
Is that not insanely satanic to you? I mean, shouldn't Christians be out here protesting?
Is that in the Iowa?
This is the Iowa State building. This is the mosaic on the 3rd floor of the Iowa State.
Hold on.
Oh, wow, I did not know this.
Didn't they send a lawyer to Jesus Christ that said, Rabbi, Master, what's the greatest commandment? Right? So they send a lawyer to him, and what does he say? This is the guy that said, I am the truth, I am the way, I am the life. Now publicly,
can we get the full context of what? I'm sorry. I mean, he just made a pretty bold statement.
Not a jot and tittle of the law.
He's accusing the Iowa Capitol of pedophilia. So let's go into it. Can you pull up the context?
They are pedophiles. They are pedophiles.
I just want to know the backstory. What did they say about why they put it up? Like, what's the backstory? What is that? What is the picture of? Like, I don't know. I'm not familiar. What is the picture of without the symbol and the thing in the right corner?
Do we need to know that? I mean, like, we do.
I mean, he's the one that brought it up. I'm just curious.
Notice the slate. You notice the man in shackles here laying down at the feet of justice here. There's a man in shackles. Next to him is another boy slave holding the fasces We had the
I
Roman
didn't ask
goddess
your
above
explanation.
her,
I asked
him,
why Iowa
holding the
does.
Lex,
I
holding
want
the
another
law, standing over
explanation.
the man in
I don't want
shackles.
your explanation. I want
Wow.
another explanation.
Here, hold on,
But there
please.
is no
Let me-
Iowa. Iowa's a concept in our heads.
Here, I respect the question that's being asked is, do we know the background of that? But as EBT is describing, pointing out this image, it
Mhm.
really does make you wonder how was this art chosen for the Capitol building? Because you said that's where it's at, the Iowa State Capitol.
Yes, this is the third floor mosaic at the Iowa State Capitol building where this. So the guy, the glass mirrored ram's head guy, which I don't even know how the fuck you say that's satanic. Where the fuck in the Bible does it say that glass head fucking rams guys are satanic? Nowhere does it say that's satanic. You know, and then maybe there's an inverted pentagram on the table with the candles. Well, we could go to another image where you look at the rotunda, the top of the rotunda at the Iowa State Capitol building. Well, guess what? There's an inverted pentagram in the ceiling of the rotunda at the Iowa State Capitol.
Yeah, but you need to do your research. I want to know why they put it up there. You need to do your research. I want to know why they put it up there.
There's an inverted pentagram in every King James only fundamentalist Baptist church in all of America.
That I'm making.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
But what's your point?
That even just that mural that I showed,
they don't believe the Holy Scriptures based on what they're doing.
Well,
they have a corporation with a beast system.
They have a naked boy slave covering up the 10 Commandments. Clearly,
well, is it covering or uncovering?
I think well, that's hard to say.
He doesn't know the backstory. He wants to just say
he's looking at the man in chains.
You don't know the backstory.
Well, I had to crop this for a cover image. Okay, so if you go in the actual mosaic, it says that's justice and liberty is who is being represented in those thrones. So at the foot of justice and liberty is a man in chains, while naked boy slaves are holding the fasces and then covering up the 10 Commandments. You tell me what you think that means.
The guy in chains is the most naked.
Yeah, look, the pillar covers up his pee-pee.
So justice and liberty has been perverted, and the authentic, true naked man that doesn't know sovereignty and stand up for his rights going to end up in Chains. They're giving you the predicted programming.
You know, I'm not trying to break down that image, and that's just one little tiny image from that Capitol building. I have dozens and dozens, and I never even looked at this Capitol building, and I've focused on these things for a long time. And I have a good presentation about all the weird pagan, satanic, all this kind of shit. Everything that a quote unquote Christian should be freaking out about, you know, but when they put some kind of stupid fucking beard glass ram's head with some candles on a table with an inverted pentagram, then they flip the fuck out. Well, why weren't you flipping the fuck out when this building already had all this satanic pagan symbolism already in it?
I never looked into it, so if I would have looked into it now we can. Would you need to post it on X?
And then how are we even defining what the earlier? How are we even defining
Huron gave you the answer.
You can't get mad at me for being ignorant. Like you got to educate me if I'm ignorant, and if you're ignorant, I educate you.
I'm not mad at you, McNemesis. Not mad at you at all.
There's another part, just without knowing the history, you can objectively look at this and wonder why is this in what's supposed to be a place of justice and a place that represents the
Are they going to have grade 1, 2, 3 students in there? Is my son going to be on a school trip? Is he going to be seeing naked guys in bondage, fucking fresco?
Yes, he is, because no, it's worse than that. Your kindergartner is going to get the tranny reading books.
Yeah, no, I know. Like this. So that's why your judgment opposing this is just, right? Not your judging about what adults do, you know, on their lunch break. Which is what Jack was pointing out. Don't be judgmental like that, right? He's but you are commanded to judge. He who is spiritual judgeth all things. What's he judging it? The Spirit is truth. The Spirit is love. The Spirit is light. The Spirit is good. God is that's why you call no man on earth your father, but your Father in heaven. Well, Christians don't talk like this because they don't believe their own doctrine.
Money. Why don't God give me money though?
Nemesis here.
Santa, are you a Christian? You're a Christian. Can you judge?
Why won't God give me money?
Christians now.
Why won't he give you money?
You're the determination of all Christian doctrine. You know what Christians
I just want some money.
How about this? Holy crap, Nemesis! This is why you and I have not been able to understand, is because you are of the world still, focused on.
And I'm trying to get out of it, Jack. But how can I not care about money?
How about this? What we should all be using to judge is the truth. Right? We all have discernment within us. Truth should be what is judged. Love should be the guide and the final judge. So love and truth should be guiding us. What people are relying on is their memories. People rely on their memories and they compare what they remember to what they're seeing or what they're thinking.
Their misinterpretation to archetypes, to symbology, to geometry, to physiology, to doctrine religious. And why saying that, I'm talking the black robe dudes of the main religions, the white robe dudes of the woohoos. Hold on one sec. But also the scientism guys. That's just another religion, belief in things that don't make sense in a sense, right? Real science is real.
Economics.
Real religion is living repeatedly. You can't get away from religion. Religion of mind control, that's being dispensed with. When Jesus Christ says to love God first with all your heart and all your soul and all your mind and all your strength, and to love your neighbor as thyself. Well, way before that, he said to love your enemies, and it's written that they conspired to kill him. Like he's basically exposing everything. Jesus Christ in the red letters, when he speaks, he's speaking all the words from the Old Testament from his Father.
100%.
There you go.
And they're not doing it because the world would be different, right?
The implicit part of that is missed, right? Because if you need to love the one true God, and you also need to love your neighbors as yourself, then you cannot love those that hate the one true God. They cannot be your neighbors. Right. They're not even necessarily your enemies. They're outside of that prescription.
That's a narrow. I'd caution you on that. It's a narrow step and can be slippery, because if we start trying to judge what we believe is in someone's heart or mind, because people, they don't always express themselves clearly, and if we're judge believing they don't honor the one true God, well, I think it's better to love.
Yeah.
To love them.
Okay, look, I'm gonna be you guys a mythbuster, right? There's no such thing as separation of church and state. There ain't no such thing. Never has been. Never. This is a Christian nation. So first and foremost, if you're not a Christian, you don't really belong in America, because this is a Christian nation.
This is another situation with this Iowa State Capitol thing that's being brought to the forefront, right? The guy that knocked down the statue, he's complaining about Thomas Jefferson statue being removed to put this quote unquote satanic thing there. Well,
he's complaining about the guy that Thomas they're telling you is Thomas Jefferson. You don't know if that was Thomas Jefferson.
Did you know the earth is actually cooling?
Let me remind you that Thomas Jefferson rewrote the New Testament, and he took out all the miracles of Jesus Christ, and he also took out the resurrection of Jesus Christ, therefore negating the religion of Christianity as a whole. Therefore, that is anti-Christian. Therefore, that is satanic per the Christian narrative.
EBT.
It still doesn't change the fact that this is a Christian nation.
Nemesis.
No. He just told you why it's not. He just told you exactly why it's not.
this is precisely what I've heard about the early history of our nation, is that just that some of these great men that we look to that created all of these documents for us, they were men of reasoning. They were part of the secret society that defied and rejected the miraculous.
Yeah, 100%. So it's never was a Christian country if you're going to call people Christians. Now, in the scriptures, the 3 times that word is mentioned, it's never the believers calling themselves that. It's always their enemies that are calling them that. So now they're using like a bastardized, derogatory term of unbelievers to refer to themselves as they're supposed to be children of the Most High God. Their pastors can't fucking figure this out. Like, what's going on here, right?
So it's not a Christian nation.
Well, it never was, right? You shouldn't even be a Christian. You should be a child of the Most High God. No, you should be a child of the Most High God.
Let me play the other side with for in support of Nemesis, that this is a Christian nation, because many of the people I know, there's churches, Christian churches of many denominations in pretty much every community across this nation. There's many people who identify with either the religion or
that doesn't matter, Jack, though. I mean, like, we're ignoring the entire part that makes the United States of America important within world history. Is this the world's first secular nation? It's the first secular nation that does not hold to any particular religious affiliation or ideology. And
that's why the world wants to come here.
If you negate that, you're delusional, because that is what.
I mean, you can be delusional if you want to, but here's my perspective.
They're not delusional. They're just
a Christian nation.
That it's Christian because it fools you.
It's a Christian. I'm just giving you my perspective. You give me yours. That's fine. My perspective is that it is a Christian nation.
Okay, but here's the thing. God says to be separate from the beast system. They're right in it. They sign up for war. Dude, I got kicked out of a Baptist church for saying, dude, how can you send your sons to sign up for a war to not give the gospel message on some missile launchers out in the desert that you're about to incinerate?
Well, someone has to fight. Not all of us are cowards. Some of us have to fight for freedom.
Hey, Nemesis. Whoa. Freedom
freedom isn't free, right? Yeah, that's what George.
Yeah, it cost a lot. Freedom cost a lot, man. Free will.
Yeah, not all of us are cowards who want to.
Nemesis, you're fighting. You're resisting. You're resisting the perspectives that are being offered, and I understand. But what you're offering, we've got to fight for freedom and all of this. This is what the nonsense we were taught. God is moving us, and we are.
So
free.
we don't need a military.
Well, right now we do, because we live in a fallen world.
We don't need to strengthen the military, Jack.
Nemesis. Yes. No, we don't. If we get control of our damn government and that stop allowing them to fund and start fucking wars, no, we will not need a military. When we stop allowing people who allegedly represent us, when we stop allowing them to identify and create all these fucking enemies for us.
Betray us as well, right? They're betraying us big time, the authorities.
So you're anti-military?
I am
I'm anti-war. I think war is gay as fuck, man. I think it's
me too. That's why I want Trump to be in office. He didn't start no new wars.
I like Trump. I like Trump, right? So,
guys.
No, but here, Jack.
Are you guys fucking serious right now?
Yeah, like if you're going to talk about TV stars and really business advice,
you guys are really fucking Trump tards.
No, the guy made me a lot of money, dude. Like, I have nothing bad to say about the guy.
You understand? You understand that Trump signifies the end of America, right?
Yes.
It puts it all out.
Well, it should have ended before it started. Now, but America.
TV star. It's a reality TV star that becomes the president. Okay.
Yes.
He was never actually
I pointed it out all the way to Boris Johnson.
He runs a reality TV program then gets put into office, and then the whole narrative is against him. So that way,
Ronald
the people
Reagan
that are
was an
still
actor
buying
as
the
well.
narrative believe in him.
Exactly.
The narrative's
But I
against him, so we
remember-
obviously have to believe against this. We have to believe in this guy.
I remember Trump as a
are you
rich.
serious?
It's safe to say all actors are pure evil, buddy.
Do you guys fucking vote? Are you guys voting?
No.
But all
Dude,
actors
in
are
high
evil,
school, I would
EBT,
go
right?
to. I would
You guys
go to.
Hey, if
fucking
you're an
vote.
actor,
guys
you got to
go
be
and
up to
vote
know
for
good, right,
somebody,
EBT?
Hold on,
You guys
guys.
go and vote, don't you?
Guys, hold on.
voters.
I think EBT Nemesis is he's learning. He is a vocal and proud supporter of MAGA. It's something he's found himself embracing. Recently, as I understood his development, OT might be kind of poking a little bit, but you're
No,
right.
I'm not.
Well, here, what I don't know if you heard what he was saying. Donald Trump really wasn't a successful businessman.
No, everything failed.
He's just.
How old are you, EBT? Roughly. You're.
I mean, spiritually or like.
No, just age.
Spiritually.
Like physiologically. Yeah. No, physiologically.
About 666 years, I believe, at this point.
Okay,
Physically,
all right. So you're a little. No, but you're a little younger than me. Do you remember when Trump? No. But do you remember when Trump had Trump Airlines running out of New Jersey?
You're fired. I remember.
No,
fired.
I never saw that.
You're
show.
fired. You're fired. You remember when he got elected?
Do you remember in the early 80s? You would have been in middle school. Donald Trump had his own airline.
Yeah, no,
right?
Do you remember when
Trump
they interviewed him and he said he was going to be the president? Wow, that's kind of
yes,
weird.
back then. Like I remember seeing that on TV myself, reading about it.
Actor-based reality, sir. Actor-based reality.
Yeah, it's programming.
But
we're all actors. We're all actors
for a long time. You were programmed
Anybody who
by
acts
the
is
media. The guy was never successful, though. All his businesses are a fraud. Even the
He's
buildings
the president.
that have his
Everybody
name
knows
on them,
the guy.
He has nothing to do with the buildings with his name on them.
Trump's
I mean,
a
the guy is
loser.
like a
I mean, he made $1 billion, but Trump is a loser, guys.
He's a fraud.
Well, yeah, I get it. But I'm telling you, that loser made me money.
Fraud.
The guy's made me like who knows how much, 50 grand, 100 grand.
Fucking bullshit, right?
Nice.
Yeah, like we got
For what I paid, for what I paid Donald Trump and the value I extracted, it was fucking well worth it.
But did you invest in the fucking reality TV show or some shit? What did you invest in? Again, sir?
No, I took a couple of his courses and signed up for some online stuff. I learned a couple things.
Did you read his book? Did you read the book, The Art of the Deal? Because that's
I probably have it in my library somewhere. Yeah. I wish I had all his books. Like all of those guys are pretty smart. No, Robert Kiyosaki, Donald Trump, like these guys, they have things to say. We got to use
really
part of a fallen system.
The Paul and Slave guys are grouping me in with you, Santa. And at this point, I'm like, I don't know why I'm being grouped in with this guy. I think driver's license are okay. I think that should be a thing. I think license plates should be a thing.
Amen.
But I'm definitely not on the level of this fucking guy, like fucking talking as if Trump's gonna fucking save America.
No,
like,
I never said that at all.
Trump
I just said I have nothing against the guy.
This one is
right?
saying that, right?
That
no, but you
pretty dope,
weren't watching when I said Donald Trump's a TV star, that Ronald Reagan is a movie star.
I'm making broad assumptions. I mean, this
Arnold.
This
yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm pretty meticulous when it comes to backing up what I say, no matter what it is, right? So
I mean, you got some. Is that French? You got French in your name? Like I can't even read that. So
yeah, it's Fagnon, right? Yeah,
you're Canadian. Yeah. You're Canadian. I'm guessing you're Canadian.
I'm Canadian. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then
in the landmass formerly known as Canada in the UN.
I don't understand
right?
these Canadians that talk about Trump. I mean, like you guys realize that you're in an entire different fucking country, right?
Well,
It's like
yeah.
I think a lot of you guys forget about that. Like Trump has nothing to do with it.
No, actually, here's what.
Unless you want to do like the whole the North American Union and all that kind of shit.
Well, yeah. I mean, nobody talks about that anymore or whatever, right?
Right.
But
It
no, the
already
guy has
is. It
real
already
estate
exists,
here,
though, right? I mean, like,
and he had people associated with one of his businesses that
Jack's trying to
I
talk.
attended to.
Hey, Canuck. Jack talking, please.
I've been trying. I love you guys sincerely.
Yeah, I love you, all of you guys too. Yeah,
this has been an interesting and fun stream. But here's the reality, right? These people like Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Bill Gates, all the people behind the scenes, they're real, right? They're as real as you and I and all of us.
Who? I don't think Biden's a real thing. I think.
Yeah, and they have other iterations. Like even throughout the decades, if you follow the newspapers, and I used to do that. I used to go to school before, like as soon as the doors open, but before class and all that. As soon as the library opened, I had a half an hour to an hour before class, and I'd go through the newspapers for various reasons, and you could see, president here this day, that day, in different newspapers. So how many iterations do they have of these guys? Whether they're body doubles or something
what if they
else.
just are real? Like, can we let's steel man whatever Jack's right? Let's say they are real.
Yeah.
Let's just say they are
there's
real.
some entity that's walking around as a
I don't know
meat
where
bag.
you're going with that, Jack. Go ahead and continue. So.
Thank you. The point is we have options. We've got a lot more power than we've been led to believe because these political systems have taught us to rely on the systems. We've got people. We've got people, and there are some amazing people who I've met through the screens, and all of us are in different communities. So if we can start getting some of these ideas actually into our communities, ideally get some of the people who are government officials, government employees, get some of them involved in talking about some of this stuff. I think we can really bring some changes. Because here, if we're going to live, how I've resolved myself, and this kind of ties back to what we were talking about a long time ago, earlier in the stream, faith, right? Moving with faith as though God, the creator of light, the Lord of love is with me. So if I can move through my life with love and light for the purposes of doing God's will. I don't know what God's will is, but I trust that God will bring me to where I'm supposed to be.
I'll tell you what God's will is. Love.
Sweet. Amen.
Right?
I'm not going to.
That's his power. That's his word. That's his vibration. That's his light. That's his truth. That's his time. He's Father Time. Inducting reality, right? A beginning has an ending. So he is the creator of the title, God, entitling us, the microns, right? To come to awareness, to be blown away by anything and everything, if you actually take a moment to look at anything, right? And then we somehow miss it, right? It's too overwhelming, or we're not in the moment. And the moment's all we have, right? We don't have tomorrow. We just have thoughts of tomorrow coming, that we don't have the promise of tomorrow, right? Yesterday's gone. Yes, like a millisecond ago, cannot touch me or change me, other than a feeling of a memory recreated 80 milliseconds ago in my mind.
Realm, though.
Yeah.
Yesterday is still there, though. Yesterday is still there in a metaphysical way.
But other than a learning experience, what's the point of yesterday?
We're not materialists, right? I mean, we're not thinking that just what's
we are.
Right now,
we're time that's eroding.
What you just said doesn't mean anything then.
Wait,
Chiron, did what I say make sense to you at all?
No, it's already gone. Yeah. We're just here right now.
Well, no, but I'm asking if it made sense.
Doesn't make it's already gone.
EBT.
But it shouldn't be gone. It's very important.
It's gone. You said it's gone. All we have is now.
Well, right. So, but we're recreating it.
Is this now?
Hey, man, you don't have to watch the news. Look, listen, just listen to me. I don't watch the news, but look, I know what I'm talking about. I don't watch the news, though.
Oh, stop.
Yeah,
hey,
yeah, Trump's in all of that stuff. For sure he is.
Trump's I want to pop in with this comment.
I read books.
Hey, I trust this is actually true, and this is one of the things I realized. God gave America Donald Trump, you know, for many reasons. It's the president the nation wanted and deserved, so praise God we got him.
Yeah.
And he has connections that a lot of the other insider politicians, he made connections that some of them may not have been able to. So I trust this. Trump has ties with all of the globalists, including the Rothschilds.
100%.
They're all friends.
Yeah.
So we've
all
got
the presidents.
Hey,
they're all related.
We've kind of got Aaron Gauci on our side, so maybe we could get to Trump through the Rothschilds if we can get Aaron on our side, and then I'd like to have.
I'm anti-MAGA, but I'm on. Not that I'm a Q-tard, but I actually do think that the QAnon narrative is actually what's going to play out. Personally, I think that is actually a true revelation of the method. In particular, the illuminated protocols of the protocols of the illuminated sons of the Golden Dawn. Are going to come true, and they really have been coming true. They're just stepped out a little further than what they were initiated, right? And we're at this point now in the protocols where they're talking about where everything is going to get to the point where it's completely ridiculous to where nobody needs to believe in it. But I guess apparently we're not at this point because we still have all these people that are still believing in Trump. But I guess that actually is still the thing that is supposed to happen. And I do kind of agree with what Jack is trying to make. There is nuance in this, right? If we had to choose between one of these dipshits, why would we not choose Trump? At least Trump is fucking funny. Actually, but George W. was funnier than Trump, though, in my opinion.
But he was horrible for people, like in general, right? Whereas Trump,
he was. I mean, he hated black people, right?
He's clever and greedy enough that he's going to let other people make money.
Bush doesn't care about black people. Remember Katrina, right? But at least bring back Trump. I mean, like Biden's funny because he's.
Y'all need to quit talking about Trump. He's a good man. Now, come on.
Provo was right. Yeah, I'm not arguing against him. I told you for whatever character you see him on TV.
He has lots of followers on social media.
What's our other options? Has anybody followed the debates? What's our other
anyways,
options
hey Jack, I think that you're spiritually, I think that we're all improving here spiritually.
I agree.
I'm not. I'm degrading.
No, seeds are being planted, even within.
Yeah, I'm planting my seed in you, EBT.
I'm happy to be here. I wouldn't be here otherwise.
But here's the thing. Before, when Jack you were kind of alluding to Nemesis being a little bit perturbed by some of the stuff we were saying, but when he's resistant, or EBT is, or whoever is resistant, at least they're processing new information, right? The person that's like, oh yeah, right, Trump's bad, Trump's good, or whatever. These guys they're like pre-fertilizer, right? They're just waiting to die. They're wasting air, right? But the guys who resist, they're thinking about it. Now, it depends on how invested they are, what's going on in their life, what their diet is, how polluted they are, like all kinds of different things, right? Because every program that we're under, right, whatever institution, has within it various reset buttons that automatically get you back to what you know, to the comfort food, right? It's like, yeah, we were a Christian nation. We need the military. We need to keep the missile launchers out. No, the missile launchers exactly need Jesus Christ. They're the guys trying to be holy to God, because they're the guys praying 5 times, thinking that they're
the missile launchers
trying, right?
Already
they're trying,
like they've already got rid of most of them. They don't even actually exist anymore. Most of the missile launching complexes are already defunct. Like they don't.
Well, I just say that like the major, like the real missile launchers are the small guys that control all the banks, right?
Give him a break. He hasn't watched the news in a while. Look at that beard. I'm just fucking around. Hey, I'm just in the mood.
It's funny. Yeah, but this is the thing, right? That's why Jack is like, yeah, this is all over the place, but it is great. There are seeds planted and connections made and other thoughts, right? Like I learn a lot from all of you guys.
That
right?
guy's me in like a year and a half, probably. At this point, I'm going to be OT.
It shouldn't take you that long. I don't know. It doesn't take me
It
long
might
to
not
grow
even take
beard.
that long. You're right. I mean,
Yeah.
it went from, I watched videos of me from a year ago and I still had color, and then it was like, it's all gone.
But look, dude, I don't really give a shit about politics in the literal sense. I talk about politics to relate to people. What I really give a shit about is my music. But ain't nobody really wants to talk about my music because it's all about me.
Can we play some of the McNemesis music? Because I didn't even heard
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
Jack,
play it. Sorry to orally assault you guys, but those lyrics, like they were bang on of all the stuff we were talking about.
It might be dope.
Relationships, connections, attention.
Hey.
Is this MAGA rap? Are you like a MAGA rapper?
No,
I got a song banned. It's called Cloned Rapper. If you play that on YouTube, I don't know, like YouTube banned it.
Hey,
cloned rapper.
Is you a MAGA rapper, right? Like Bryce and
They
Gray?
banned it. OT, they banned it because I was talking about gematria and the Jesuits.
Well,
the Jesuits.
Can you play it now? Just play it there, and we'll listen to it now. Just play the recording.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just play it on your something, right? Allison pulled it up like I do.
Jesuits is what I call them. The Jesuits.
Like I don't do, as you can tell, I don't know
if it's
a
okay
word
with
of a note of music. Yeah.
I'd appreciate it, Jack. This guy's talking about the Jesuits. Let's hear about them Jesuits.
Yeah,
this guy probably never even read the Very
I
Hungry
want to know
Caterpillar.
why I got banned.
I guarantee he never read the Very Hungry Caterpillar. He didn't even know what he's talking about. But let's hear them Jesuit rap songs. Let's do it.
If you're willing, Nemesis,
I'm trying to get to it. Hold on, Spotify.
Right. Yeah, do it. No, this is great, Jack. Like I say, I mean, but that's what I learned from Nemesis was when he was saying, "Hey, listen, like you're right, it's fixed, but I'm using it to oppose abortion to draw attention, right?" So he's doing what you're suggesting, working within the system, which I was trying to point out to Paul, the unslaved guy or whatever, to say, listen, like you need people like us because if anyone's going to support you, these are the easiest guys to now say, okay, you're already at this level. Now, have you ever considered not getting further out of the system?
Okay, let me know. Can you hear that?
Yes, it's coming.
Turn it up a bit.
What happened?
I sit back with this pad and sit back with this pen. I spit like I'm whack with my dad. I'll pretend my vision, my mission. All of my bad decisions.
All right, that's enough. Okay. All right, I'm done.
First, when I was placed upon the earth, I felt.
Nope.
Yeah, okay.
But listen to the words, right?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Thanks for that.
I think this quality is really bad, isn't it?
Can we get a link in the chat, maybe, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sorry. I'm playing. Let it play. I'll yield.
Hold on. I can't I'm on my phone. I can't share my screen. And by the way, I need to. No, not that one.
Just turn up the volume if you can, Nemesis.
I got to share this family.
Yeah, but when you play it now, turn it up loud, and then if it's too close or too far, we'll let you know if it sounds distorted. But I want to listen to the words.
I want to know what CMC has to say about this.
The beat's good too. I was digging the beat too, right?
Syrian Cormacic. What you got to say about this, dog?
I posted it in the chat.
Hey, shut the fuck up, McNemesis. What you got to say about it, MCAC?
Say about what, Nemesis?
What you got to say about it, dog?
You posted it in the chat.
Hey, OT, shut the fuck up, dude. What you got to say about it?
About what?
About whatever, dog. You ain't said shit.
Well, my point earlier was that we're like in a dream, you know the way you're
All right,
dreaming
this guy's
in
again.
asleep, and you create all characters. We're creating each other, so we're dreaming each other
Hold
into
on. That means you guys
actuality.
have
It's a
good
fucking
taste and I
nightmare,
have
though.
bad
In this
taste, if
case,
that's
it's a
true.
fucking nightmare.
Improve your taste.
But
Hey,
but
did
again,
Magnificent
even our
drop, dude?
taste.
I wasn't trying to shit on your shit, dude.
No,
No,
he
no.
may have dropped when he was trying to
But
figure out.
yeah, as we
I
But
wanted Mac to say something. He hadn't said something the whole time.
He's been quiet. I appreciate you involving everyone. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very ecumenical. You know, I like to involve everybody in the conversation.
But you said we shouldn't be ecumenical. We should be separate.
When did I say that?
Oh no, that was Nemesis actually said that. He said there has to be divisions, right? But it is.
No,
We are to abhor evil. Like doing right and doing love is to abhor evil and to sequester it, like to not let it contaminate what you love or what anyone else loves, right? If you see evil, like you're kind of bound to do it, right? You're bound to be the good Samaritan.
To recognize evil, you have to have some kind of standards, right? You have to have some kind of dogma that's making you have the ability to be able to determine what is evil and what is good. Do you not?
Yeah, but where does that go? I mean, Jack will be better off to tell you where that goes or should come from, because now you need something to start defining everything in word contracts, right? Not like so that you're
thing
looking
is
to
already
sue
built
anybody.
within the individual human person, is what I would say. That thing is
Okay,
already built
how?
within the individual human person, and then when we group with other individual human persons, then we can start to build this thing where it's subjective for each individual, but then we can start to build something that's objective because we all kind of agree with this one thing. This is the way that truth works, right? We all have subjective truths. We can express our subjective truths with other subjects within our reality. And if this truth agrees with other truths of subjective people within a reality, this is when we can start building the idea that there's this thing known as objective truth. So this is the basis where we're going to start with this discussion. Whatsoever. I mean, that's where you got to start with it, right? I mean, you got to start with that idea that I'm an individual person,
truth
Jack's
is
an individual
singular, though.
person, Santa's an individual person, Mr. Mac nigga up on the top is an individual person. We all have our subjective experiences within reality. And if we discuss this, we're going to have things that we can determine that we all subjectively experience. And then at some point, we have to come to an agreement that we're going to make this an objective truth within our reality. I mean, that's just
the idea.
That's just how it
But
works.
that's how we should operate.
It's how we should, but this world, we have so many people living in different realities because everyone's got their own subjective truth. And we haven't found a way as a species, I think, we've done a poor job of communicating together about what is the objective truth. Because what is objectively true is our government and corporate systems are criminal. And the humanity of today has become confused and traumatized based on misinformation and societal conditioning. But we are the solution.
It's always in the modality of a word, either written or spoken, right?
No.
Or thought.
Words confuse us. Love,
but they also make reality. No, if you know the form and the power of the words, they shouldn't confuse you. They should.
We don't even have to get into words yet. I mean, even the presuppositions that are required to be able to even start to understand language. I mean, what we're talking about already is far more advanced than what we're talking about here. because the words itself don't matter, right? Like, and this is the problem I have with a lot of people like Word Wizard. They take English words, they try to
But
break
God
them
is
down
the
with
word.
etymology
How
and
can
all
it
this kind
not
of shit.
matter? Hold on. The creator and everything it creates is via the word. How can words not matter?
Does the word matter, or does the concept matter?
Well, both, kind of. Neither. What really matters is
Right.
the thing the word identifies. But
That would be the concept, the word.
okay,
You have to
that's what
agree
you're
on it.
referring to, concept,
All your
okay.
words and thoughts have to be defined the same in order to have any compatibility, sympathy, empathy,
We are already
compassion.
agreeing on it to some standpoint, because I would not, if you were talking, it would just be all gibberish to me. If we didn't already agree with what the things, the sounds coming out of my mouth being received by your ears, being interpreted by your brain, if we didn't already agree with that to some extent, then we wouldn't even be able to communicate. Right?
Okay, but you just said words don't matter.
Here,
Well,
I
in
might
the
have.
context we're talking about, no, they don't necessarily matter, because it could be different in different languages.
No, but every context they matter.
These are concepts that
Here,
exist
hold on.
outside of language.
Words kill people or they keep them alive. How can they not matter? They're the most important thing because it's love.
OT, yes, you're both right. Damn it, we actually
Not if
don't
we're saying opposite things. We're not.
Well, hey, this is the paradox we get to overcome. Two opposing things can be true at the same time, and words
That goes
do.
against logic, Jack.
Words
That's the
do.
law of non-contradiction.
I know, but it moves into the essence
It's
of
a paradox,
language.
though. A paradox can be real within the logic, though.
Paradox can or cannot be real.
It can be real. A paradox can exist within the laws of logic, yes.
But we exist as a paradox.
Here, what I'm offering is back to the words. Words are and are not important, okay? Because you're right. Everything comes down to word. It's our language, the stories we tell ourselves that becomes our reality.
Well, the words are the story that define our reality. The words are the drugs that make our dreams.
Within the story, not the words themselves.
Love is beyond words, and love is that expression that we are, and we are now. So if we can come into agreement in any conversation, in any relationship, if we can come into agreement that we are, hey, let's start there. We are here, we are now, and from here and now, what else can we agree on?
That EBT looks like that.
I think
that Irish guy that won the U.S. Open or whatever.
Everybody poops. Can we agree on? Can we on agreement? Everybody poops.
Everybody poops.
Everybody poops.
At least once.
Well,
we're all united. We're finally all united. Is that where we
Did Jesus?
That's how we end wars.
Did Jesus take a crap?
And we stand up there and we say, "Hey, y'all, everybody poops."
No, but what did he do to defile him? He's light. He's light. This guy was matching the energetic vibration of food, man, and creating food.
Anyway, you know what?
Like what was he pooping exactly?
Everybody poops.
OT, hold on. I want to.
He's not everybody. He's the creator in the flesh as the word.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Everybody poops.
Here.
He's not everybody. He made everybody. Like you're getting the word mixed up. Like you need to have the right word.
Fully human. He took a shit. He took massive fucking shits.
I bet.
Okay. Pissing and shitting is the truth, the life, and the way.
Right. There's no way around.
Yeah, I'm just saying he may have, but he may not have. Like he was making.
If we can't agree on that, then what?
He was making food. He was making more food that all the people, 20,000 people, could eat to their fill, and they could still fill extra food. We never went to a banquet or a wedding or anywhere where everybody ate till they were stuffed, and then there was more food. There's always less food anytime we take a bite of a sandwich.
Hey, OT, you bring up an interesting argument for the case of why the Messiah may not have defecated 2,000 years ago.
These are all these things were discussed like within the first 400 years of the church.
But he said he was subject to all things common unto man.
These are all like Nestorianism,
he may have pooped.
Arianism. These things are all discussed within the first 400 years.
Here, there's something I want to bring together here, okay? Because we
Poop
did
spelled
come
backwards
to
is still poop.
Oh my
Bam,
bam! Such a child.
Proof that it's the simulation.
No, I was burning a guy. I was burning Todd Church, right? Because he brought that to my attention. So he hates God and any written word.
Spelled backwards is poop.
It's still poop, yeah. So
hey, what I wanted to point out is if we can all agree that at least here on the panel that we're all here and now and we all poop, we're not going to end wars, but I think
we're still going to poop.
I think it's time to end the stream.
Okay, all right. He's speaking of poop, right? So
Jack's got to take a poop.
No, listen, Jack, thanks so much. I mean, if you want, like, we should do other ones in the future, right? Like various iterations. We'll just pick a topic and stick to it. Like, keep it short, succinct, so that people can learn other things, right? I want to hear Kieran explain logos, because stuff I learned from him months ago combines with this. Then once you get the other clues, the geometry, the numbers, the gematria, the forwards and backwards syntax locking, all of this stuff, and even the stuff that Todd Church is doing, breaking down words and kind of making the pseudo homophones the sound alike. Anyway, you got to take a shit. Thanks very much.
No. Hey, that's not the narrative, but I do want to end the stream. I want to thank you, OT, for joining. And actually, I was pointing, EBT's got a wealth of knowledge that I'd like to dig into a little bit as well.
I never read Plato or any of those things.
Yeah, pleasure and honor to meet you as well. I've been doing these streams pretty regularly around afternoon, evening, whatever it is I started.
Okay.
You guys are welcome, and I'd love, actually, we could talk about doing something else too.
Yeah, like pick your topics, and then what I know we'll just freely share, right? Because if they're pardon, what?
We should do a stream where we're on the toilet pooping all together.
Oh yeah. Like I literally would have no
thinking on the throne.
Well, again, a lot of these gurus that Osho and Rumi and whoever, like how many of them were them and Charles Bukowski scratching stuff down on the crowd. I don't go to the washroom anymore without a notebook.
That even actually comes out of their own mouths. They poop out of their actual own mouths. So I mean,
that's like the South Park.
Yeah. No. Thanks very much, Eddie. It was an honor and a pleasure to meet you and see everyone else too. Yeah.
Respect.
Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, man. See you guys. Thanks everyone for watching.
Yes. Blessings to all of you. Sincerely, all who joined the panel. We ran long. This was a long stream for Jack. If you're new to the streams, I enjoyed the conversations today, and I think we had some really fun conversations. A lot of topics. The topic we didn't really cover a lot of, but pause more, offend less. I know I'm working on that myself. That might be a repeated theme for me to bring up in these future streams. But regarding the politics, let's come back to this, and I'll wrap it up. Regarding our politics and the national stage, the global stage of economics, politics, and all this other nonsense, celebrity. It's an idol worship. Human beings have been conditioned and taught to idolize people, authority, these concepts and beliefs of government, and all sorts of craziness has come forth. We could spend a lifetime probably going through all of the different lies that are in this world. But how about this? What I found really helpful for myself is not so much to focus on the lies, but to enjoy the discovering of the truth. Even when I find out my beliefs were lies, the political person, the people I place my faith and my love in, my trust in, when I found out they were wrong and I'd been lying to myself. That hurt. But you know what? The joy of discovering what is true can be a mind-blowing experience. Accepting seeds of thought that are different than what you understood before and allowing those thoughts to grow within you, it can totally restructure the paradigms of your consciousness, totally transform the way you view your mind, the way your mind views the world and you, just from some new ideas, from nurturing some love within yourself, some self-care, some self-love, some self-respect, some self-worthiness. I don't know. It all comes through our mind, the fears, the judgment, the faith, and the love. It's all available for us to cognize, to embrace, and to become aware of. Hey, I ran along. I think there's other streams going on. Have a beautiful night, Saturday night. Enjoy the social life, and hit the notifications. Check back again in the future. Until next time, thank you again, sincerely. Choose love, peace for everyone, and live without fear.